Good morning, Sam. Good morning, Sam.
I've got to save Cheryl.
morning, Sam.
Hello. It's fucking Friday, isn't it? How are we doing? He's reclaimed his points. I hope we're all well. Good morning, Rose Tower. Good morning, Rose. Good morning, Mel. Hello, Walkie. Hello, Tupper. Hello, anyone who
Good morning, Sam.
may or may not be hiding in the background or watching later. We appreciate you too. Good morning, Cal. That one
Oh
fucking kills me
my
because it's got the
God.
guitar riff in the background with it. It's so good. Oh, it's so funny to me. Not convinced? You know, that's fucking fair. Does anyone have proof it's actually Friday? Cause like I don't know if I do. Got paid? That's not universal. I get paid on Thursdays, so who's really telling the truth here? Proved here it's Saturday. You know, that's valid. Phone says it? Do you really trust technology that much? I don't know if I do. I don't know if I can believe what my phone tells me anymore. I have it? You have? Check Zer's inventory. Sorry, I can't. I haven't. That game's been uninstalled for a while. That's. That's why question mark. Yeah, that's so fair. I hope we're doing good all the same. I'm hopeful it's Friday because I sure as shit don't plan on waking up early tomorrow. So, apps on the web. I haven't had access to my app because it logged me out and then I just didn't log back in, and now every time I open it, it like kind of bugs out. uh, yeah, my app is just like, well, it was the last time I looked, but it was just kind of glitched. Where's there? Yeah, I don't know if I can trust that link. You know, it's a random HTTPS. What actually does there have on the go? Would I even recognize any of the exotics anymore? What are you cooking, Zer? What are you looking at? Dragon Shadow. I already don't care. Mask of Bacchus. What does that do? I don't remember. I love the look of that one, but is it Friday.com? Safe for work? It's okay. No one else. Oh my god. Yeah, that's not what I expected either. That's really funny. Wow. Why is that? Why is their web handle Is It Friday? That's so weird. Okay. Well, thanks, Jim. Uh, bye now. Slow field when you dodge. Okay. Literally always solar. Yeah. No, I was pretty satisfied with, like, I liked the play style that I had going on. I'm pretty specific in how my shooters feel. And when I find something that really clicks, I like just getting really good at that. Hoping I'm not getting a migraine. I hope you're not getting a migraine too. Hard to be a plant cat hybrid when you can't be in the sun. Because I'm sorry, that is rough. Can you get like microdose of the sun? Or just like sit outside under a parasol? So that you think you're under the sun, but you're still protected from its you know? The most fun playstyle on Hunter. It worked well for how I played the game. I was a menace in PvP because no one else really built for no one else built for the weighted knife the way that I did. Um And I just really liked the heavy damage output in the PvE with Celestial. That was fun. I just liked being able to unload the golden gun in a single shot and do like stupid damage. That was a good time. Listen, if they pull their heads out of their ass, I feel like I could be convinced to get back into Destiny if they actually like reboot. Go the Destiny 3 route and I would try it again. How to deal with insta kill. Sniper at 50 plus speed, insta kill radius of yes. Yeah. I know I've tangented on this before, but it's been a while. What we're talking about is Destiny 2, right? Bungie's long time first person space drama shooter game. And essentially it has like light fantasy RPG elements in it. So you have 3 core archetype classes, right? You choose that archetype when you're making your character. So you're always locked into that, but then those archetypes all have their own subclasses, right? I played a character in the hunter archetype, which is like the rogue, right? Inspired a lot by like combination of thieves and like westerns was kind of the core principle. So they had like the agile nimbility and stealth of like a fantasy thief, but also a lot of their arsenal and play style was inspired by like old westerns. They were fun. So the subclasses were built out of 3 other sub archetypes based on elements. And I played solar, which was fire based. But something that a solar hunter got. So basically, every character has like a melee perk that is specific to them. And the hunters, not specifically, but the hunter, it was the Nathan Fillion class, yes. The Vanguard, which is like the what would you call them? Basically, like the characters that oversaw that class. Instructor, I don't know. I forget what they are referred to in most other RPGs. Mentor, yeah, commanders, yeah, essentially. So like the Titans had Commander Zavala, which was why am I forgetting his name? Lance, the late Lance Riddick. May he rest in peace. That man loved Destiny as well. Lance adored Destiny to pieces through thick and thin, which was a lot of fun. Like he was as much a fan of the game as he was Commander Zavala in the game. um, but yeah, Nathan Fillion played the Hunter Vanguard Cade 6. Yeah, there it is. Warlocks were variable. Warlocks were space wizards. Anyway, we're digressing a little bit. I played under the solar subclass. And the solar subclass's melee was very well, it was a throwing knife. Like the solar hunters got a throwing knife as their melee special. And it wasn't this way at first, but eventually the classes got some overhauls and they introduced two notable variant options for the knife. One of them was like a quick throw knife. You could just like toss it out lightning fast, like you could the default knife before the rework. Uh, and it would like stick an enemy and ignite them. So you would basically light people on fire with your throwing knife. I opted for the other option, which was the weighted knife. And I opted for this one because it had it had the added benefit of insta killing on headshot, regardless of enemy shield. If you hit an enemy guardian in the head with the throwing knife at full health, they died. No ifs, ands, or buts. So I built my subclass in a way that, oh, also notable, if you got a kill with the knife, the melee charge automatically refilled. So all I would have to do to have infinite knives would be hit the head. And as an added bonus, my class ability. So hunters get like a dodge roll as their class ability. And you could set your dodge roll to either replenish your weapon, so like reload it for you just by dodging, or instantly instantly fill your melee if you dodged close enough to an enemy. So if I was in like a really close quarters situation and I miss my throw, I would just have to dodge and I would have a knife again. And the class abilities recharged fast. So as long as I maintained my wiliness, I still basically had infinite knives in close proximity with enemies. No, you're thinking of a hunter with two knives. Yeah, so basically, I never encountered anyone else who played PvP on Hunter the way that I did, which is to say, I would run around primarily throwing knives into people's heads. And because you didn't really get many people doing that, a lot of people didn't really know how to counter it. So I was a menace. I was an absolute fucking nuisance. There were obviously like some people would clue in and be like, oh, this is what they're doing, and start like figuring out counters on the fly. But they were never really prepared to just like see a hunter coming toward them and instead of shooting, whip a knife out at them. Like they didn't know how to counter it. Also, a notable thing about the weighted knife is it gets one bounce. So if I watched an enemy take a corner, I could throw a knife at the wall and it would likely bounce back and hit that enemy hiding around the corner. And on bounce, the hitbox like auto lock was pretty fucking disgusting. So there was a very good chance I was going to land that hit. It was kind of a broken build. You still had to aim, but like if you were moderately okay at aiming and you knew how to time the throwing animation, because the other trade-off for the weighted knife is the animation for throwing it became a lot longer than just like the standard knife. You did this crazy little flourishy flip with it and then chuck it at him. 30 streams, thank you, Cal. Because you know how to pulp someone's head. I'll have to dig up some of the clips sometime. I remember distinctly there is one clip. I wonder if it's still on my computer. I might have deleted it because a lot of these game clips took up a lot of space on the old computer. No, it's gone. I know I shared it on one of my YouTube accounts privately, just because that was the easiest way to share videos in Discord when file size uploads are so tiny. But where's my reality sundering grenade? Yeah, the grenades on Hunter are not great, admittedly. They're pretty uh they're pretty just want to see if I can actually find this now that I'm talking about it. It's just like a super, super short clip where I wipe a team with a knife. Because there's a game mode where it's basically 3v3. But if you die, you don't get to respawn. Your teammates can revive you if they get to you fast enough. But the goal is to take out the enemy's 3 guardians before they get the chance to revive each other. And I have a clip where I was the last guardian standing, and the team tried to swarm me, so I just threw a knife at the 3 of them. And I won. Homogenizing a lot of the classes to the detriment of warlocks is a pretty big factor. And yeah, see, I fell off before they started doing a lot of those like fusion classes. Yeah, here. Just gonna watch a fucking knife clip. This is so stupid. Where are we? Knife. It's my button. So I kill that guy. Whip up, kill that guy. And then this guy. Just drop him. And that's how I played Destiny. That's literally all I did. Just quick and clean. Nothing to it. But we haven't played Destiny in a long time, so. Dude, bring a gun to a knife fight. That's what I'm saying. I have another one here. One sec. What is this one? I don't remember what most of these are. Oh yeah, this one gives an example of what I was talking about with the dodge reload. Also, I love you. Wow. Yeah, so I missed that first one, dodge, but I'm close enough so I get a knife back. And then get that guy, bounce this one off the wall, kill that guy, just move on. I loved when I had fun with that game, and I do miss it dearly because it was very satisfying to play. But they did their thing. Miss elements of it, I do. If we could go back to Destiny like 4 or 5 years ago, I'd have a lot of fun. It's like I would love to see what they would attempt to do with a new Destiny rather than continuing to attempt to build on Destiny 2. I just don't know what they might do. Had a lot of fun with, yeah, and so did I. And like, see, I'd be willing to play it again with people who enjoyed it if they like put the content back in the game. It's like they vaulted a lot of the original content to make room, which like logically it makes sense because the game is huge. But also it means that like a lot of shit just isn't in the game anymore. Because like the pitch for vaulting things was that they could cycle them back out periodically and then they just never did. It's like, okay, cool. So you just removed content actually. You didn't vault it, you removed it. So can we have our game back? Cuz like I actually did have fun running the campaigns with people and then you took them away. You took them away and then fed us FOMO seasonal content that also disappeared after the season was concluded. Like, thanks. But I think I'll actually just stop buying expansions and playing this game. Actually, if that's how you're navigating it. So, and I did. They lost me. I started playing the first Destiny within like it was like the month after it released. I think I bought it and got into it, and I played religiously through many years of D2, like from the launch of Destiny, or like a little after, to well into the lifespan of D2. I played religiously. And they just like they just kept doing stuff that made me not want to play anymore. I fell harshly out of love with this game that I adored. But also falling out of love with that game is the reason I'm here playing games. So, was it really all bad? So that was the game that I kind of burnt myself out on playing games in general with. Because I was like trying to keep up with that game's seasonal content on top of being completely exhausted and burnt out at work. So it fed this cycle of not really wanting to play Destiny, but feeling guilty about playing another game because it wasn't Destiny, you know? And when I finally like just set it down and accepted that, I fell in love with games again. So, oops. That's a big reason I like hesitate to even try new live service or MMO games because there's just the commitment to them is too much after what I've put into other live service or MMO style games. I don't want to fall back into that. I don't know if I could, but I don't want to risk it, you know? Don't think it's a stretch to say it's abusive to design. It absolutely is, yes. To kind of like force them into this hole of hey, use your limited time resource or just miss stuff that you technically have paid for. It's grim. It was grim. It was a really, really grim situation when they moved the seasonal format. Anyway. Vaulting and both the hard and soft sunsetting. Exactly, yeah. It's like just, I don't know. Sunsetting was rude because it just kind of felt like we don't feel like continuing to figure out how to balance our game, so we're just gonna make it so stuff is no longer viable at all. And you're gonna have to live with your hard-earned weapons and equipment just becoming shit while the rest of the game moves on without them. It's like, okay, all right, well, I already said that I was pretty hard fast in like the playstyle that I had assembled. I was fine spending like 1,000 hours doing the exact same build, and now you're kind of forcing me to experiment where I don't really feel like experimenting, and that's also making the game less fun for me because I was very content in what I had. You know, just give me more stuff to kill in creative ways with the loadout that I've already built for myself, and I'll be cool. I'll be fine. I'm already not playing the optimal way, but I'm still performing well above people who are forcing themselves to play the optimal way. So I don't know. It did get to a point where it felt like they were forcing me to try and adhere to metas as well. I was like, I don't care about the meta. The meta's not fun. The meta in nothing has ever been fun for me. Like, that's just not how I play games. I would rather just find what my brain clicks with and, you know, should you? That's up to you. Do it if you want to. It wouldn't be a bad idea. Art's a good thing. Art's always a good thing. But don't force it. Forcing it is how you make a good thing not a good thing. So. It's so valid, Droblin. That's so valid. You gotta get your berg. Feel less overwhelmed? No, that's fair. Digital painting is very overwhelming because there's just a lot of stuff that you suddenly have access to all at once. I really liked the addition of being able to control my layers, but I also immediately get overwhelmed when I try to dabble with any other aspect of digital drawing. It it's a lot. I've learned a lot that I'm very just like practical brained. Like I can navigate my way around physical mediums quite well, but throw similar aesthetic mediums at me in a digital format, and suddenly I'm like overwhelmed and confused. Layers don't bother me. No, I love layers. That's the one thing that I immediately adored. Spoons will be post strongly. That's a question. That's a very good question. I would ask for why first. But the honest answer is entirely unpredictable. I never know. Oh, if you're about to do something, that's fair. Yeah, shoot me a note. Sure, we could probably figure out something. The other catch is as long as we're not sick, because we might be catching sick. Tupper's pretty sure she's falling ill very actively right now. And I have started getting a sensation in my lungs that occasionally manifests as an uncontrollable need to cough. So I'm a little worried too. But would not require physical presence. That's fair. As long as we're not going to spread sick, that's more viable. So I don't want to get anybody sick. Yes, that is true. You are slightly less busy for a month, a singular month. Because the government is very good at not actually figuring out what they're doing at any given time. Shocker, I know, but God, I wonder what that's like. Being able to just be like, yeah, actually, that thing we're required to do, delay it a month, and also we're still going to get paid, so. It's the British definition. Perverse Splatoon adjacent visual is grim. You have a hunch as to why? As to why you got sick? Or the delay? And I'm mad at the government. Yeah, truly. Okay, the government. Okay, yeah, yeah. I assume you can't really disclose that here reasonably. I won't pressure you to, but if it's something you can talk about, I am very curious. Without much detail, that's fair. I mean, it is the truth, though. Don't all of our tummies hurt, and aren't we all mad at the government? Trying to enter a new portfolio is having a legal conflict of interest. Oh, hitting a bit of a wall, trying to figure it out because everyone's being. Okay, that's fair. Truly, KJ. Truly. So I'm just doing a small scroll through artists. I'm like, what do I want to listen to while we just sit and ramble? The truth is, I don't know. I don't know. But maybe I do. Maybe I know. But my head instead of my tummy, equally terrible. Depending on the intensity, sometimes more terrible, honestly. Upset tummy is usually just like annoying. Angry head is like, it can be crippling very easily. Unladylike snort. Give up one of his licenses for his other business, and he's not willing to. Okay. Well, you gotta. Right. Of course. Spells are explicitly not healing. It's true. It's true. Although if the press is to be believed, healing magic would hurt me anyway. So it's fine. Figure it out. But I'm not good at raids. Some of you need to not be sick. That's fair. See, I've never really played like There are very few MMOs I've actually experienced, so I don't have like a lot of experience with large party centric class builds or anything. The only like actual MMO that I spent a significant amount of time in was MapleStory. And I can't even really tell you about the like the raid style activity in that because they they killed it. It doesn't they're still in the game, but no one does them because they're not really viable for experience anymore. You level up so fast from so many other avenues that it's not worth the effort of going through a party quest. It's like, ugh. Why would you kill that activity? It was like the biggest community based thing for like chatting with people, and you just ended it. It's lame. Party wipe on a resident entrance, that's fair. Like Rift. I tried Rift. I learned that like any of those 3D MMOs that played even loosely like World of Warcraft, I just couldn't get into. I was not wired for them. I don't know what it was about them. I just couldn't do it. Played RuneScape as though it's a single player game, and Destiny was not exactly, yeah. It's like Destiny took a lot of notes from MMOs, but it's even arguable to call it an MMO at all. And in Destiny, I very rarely did any of the raid level activities because I learned in the first Destiny that I hated doing those large scale activities with random people. I did not have fun doing that. And it was very difficult for us as adults to coordinate well enough to get groups together for raids regularly in Destiny 2. By the time we had enough people where we could regularly coordinate groups, I was kind of over it already. So I was just burnt out. I wasn't falling out of love with the game yet, but I was burnt out and didn't want to play. Secret Worlds. The early game's pretty much solo. That's fair. That's one I've never heard of. Trying to think of all the MMOs. We used to try a bunch of them. Three people try to sell me on Final Fantasy 14. Still catching up on 10 years of exactly right. Oh, interesting. Lovecraftian MMO is intriguing. That's very intriguing. No, there was a very long period of our youth, ours and me and my siblings. Um we would play a lot of free games, right? Because we didn't have a lot of money, but we had PCs. So we got into a bunch of just like free MMOs or free games. Um hoping they fix some of the issues. I'm curious enough to at least investigate. I probably still would never play because again, I don't know that I want to even try to get into an MMO again. But it is very intriguing. I know I played Rift as well very briefly. Um Not enough to really know anything about it, but I was on that for a minute. I know they changed the name, so I don't know what it was called or if people would recognize it. I used to play a lot of an MMO called Flyff. Flyff. That one was a 3D MMO that I quite liked while I was playing it, but I also don't really remember anything about it. Harken back to mentally unwell child. Lost most of my timeline in my youth. But I know we played a lot of that one for a long time. God, when would that have been? Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. What other ones have I tried though? Hello, Moon Elf. Welcome in. Uh, there was one called Silk Road that we played for a little bit. I don't remember anything about that either. Drift City counts. That's hilarious. I did play a bunch of Drift City when that was relatively recent as well. Think about a lot of these MMOs is like we did get into them as kids when they were pretty new. So they've changed a lot since we actually played them. Did some Dungeon Fighter. I wouldn't have counted that personally. I wouldn't count this either. Is this still a list of MMOs or are they just free games now? Free play with micro. Okay. Free play microtransaction. We tried Fiesta. I do remember that. Gunzy was a fun time. Mabinogi. We did essentially try like anything Nexon in the mid 2000 to mid 2010s range of time. And then I started developing a brain, and the more I learned about Nexon, the more I was like, actually, I just don't like this company, and I'm gonna do everything I can to avoid them. So I do. Dark RP on a large enough server count as an MMO. See, I don't know. I don't really know what counts as an MMO specifically. I think it's sort of dictated by the fact that it is just like one large world where players are kind of just existing. Like it's a big thing about like everyone coexisting in a space, yet actual one-on-one interaction is like totally optional. I don't know. I'm sure there are probably like definitives about the number of players required in a server to be considered MMO, but I don't know enough. I never took the time to really get that into MMOs, so they're just that's not my area of expertise, you know? I mean, like maybe. You could probably consider that a form of MMO for sure. I don't see why not. It was a fun time. the era of just like play free games is something that I do kind of miss. Like it's nice that we have more indies developing affordable, excellent little games, but there was some charm to just like the wild west of going online and finding just like a random publisher that was putting out these free games for people. It's like, all right. Do it, yes. Do it up. Do you have an idea already for what you're gonna doodle? The Clint Eastwood of goth vampire. What? I don't like. I don't know how to interpret that. What would that mean? Wild Wests and Westerns tonight. I don't know. I don't actually know that much about like westerns and Wild West stuffs and things and all that. It's mostly just The Hunter and Destiny, and that's a space opera. It doesn't really count. Lily of the Valley one that you want to tinker with? Yes, that'll be cute. Actually, there is. I forget what it was called. Uh, I know I shared it elsewhere, and have immediately forgotten the name of it. But there's an indie survival horror coming out that has a western theme to it. But it's looking kind of neat. I'm a little stoked about it. The name of it is just gone. My brain cannot pull anything out of the old memory box right now. What were you called? There's so many fucking games on my wish list. Your Tale of Hauntings. Don't recognize that name. Perked up at indie survival horror. There's too much on my wish list, frankly. A lot of the games that are like the to be released part of my wish list are survival horrors. Not all of them, but a lot of them. God Help Us All. That's the one that I was thinking of. Wild West survival horror, styled like a classic, like the old retro, uh, inspired. That was not a coherent sentence, but I hope the buzzwords made sense. Har har. What's that other one? Your Tale of Hauntings. Oh, that is on my wish list as well. How do I know about this one? This looks like a slightly more modern take on the formula. God Help Us All is like very retro. Looks like it's emulating that kind of PS1 style of survival horror. Mentioned it before. I would bank on that being why it's in my wish list then. It does also look very good. There's just a lot. There are a lot of survival horrors on this wish list that I want to see and hear more about. It's kind of excessive. I'm not gonna lie. Wishlist is I know it's not that much compared to a lot of folks, but I'm sitting at a cool 502 items right now. And I would not be surprised if like at least half of those are games that don't even have a release date yet. That wouldn't shock me. Oh, my Steam horse wish list. Yeah. Yeah. There are a lot of games that I could probably purge off of this list. Like a lot, a lot. I mostly just add games to the wish list to like keep track of them. But there are tons of them that are like I would prefer to play on a console than I would PC. Uh, I could remove most of those at this point, I would imagine. But need one of them to release this year. I'm sure we could find a Western horror game for you. There's got to be some. I mean, does it have to be horror? I'm sure I could probably find a Western horror game, but there are a few. It's true. Red Dead Zombies, that is true. That is true. Where we do have ads coming in just shy of 3 minutes here. And then I'll get to opening up the game, but it's a fun little reminisce on the MMO era. I'm gonna get Blood West. Think I'll be bad at it? That's fair too. Blood West did look it looked cool. I did add that to my wish list. I don't know if it's one that I would actually play, but it's one that I was immediately like, I don't want to forget this exists, so I'll wish list it. And whatever happens from there happens. Oh, there's just too many games. I'm currently very committed to just playing Final Fantasy. And I know that in April I'm gonna be redirected into Pragmata. Because I've been waiting for that one for a long time, and I'm not gonna want to wait. But I'm pretty sure I'm very close to the last fight in Final Fantasy IV right now. So the one that inspired my yeah. You could just replay it if you can't find another alternative prior to when you intend.
Good morning, Sam.
Good morning, Droblin. Yeah, if you can't find an alternative, you could just replay Eva West. Tormented Neon enough. I'm sure Neon loved every moment of it. Don't you worry. I'm just kind of like ambiently scrolling through my wish list now. Like, what even are half these games? Oh, my goodness. Jinjito video game? Is there? I know he's done a couple like collabs. Sorry, those ads are literally about to hit. We'll see you on the other side. Oh, I do think I knew about this one, and I know why I ignored it. They use uh they use some AI assets, and I was like, nah, I don't care. Which is a shame, because like Junji Ito, you know, that should be enough to like sell me on a decent game, but a decent game isn't relying on little AI assets. Goodness. A grave offense. Oh, I keep forgetting that they're releasing another Alyssa game. And it's meant to be co-op. So you know I'm gonna have to bring Zach back for that one. He fucking devoured that game. He started playing it shortly after I got into it and told him that it was solid. And he went like I finished my playthrough on stream before he finished his first playthrough. But after he finished his first playthrough, he went through and fucking 100%ed that game. He absolutely devoured Alyssa. Um, any news? Not that I've heard. There's still no update for like launch or anything, but it'll be a good time. Welcome back from the ads. Sorry for the interruption. No, I was just saying that that Junji Ito game I got immediately excited for and then immediately not excited for is they have a disclosure for AI assets and I'm like, it's just an automatic deal breaker, unfortunately. I have already openly stated that no matter how much I love something, if it utilizes AI, I'll leave it behind. Like if example, if Konami decided, hey, all Silent Hills in the future have to use AI, I would just no longer play new Silent Hills. That's it. I've got the old ones. So we're pretty steadfast on that one. It is such a shame considering how like a Junji Ito horror game should be like a fucking money printer from horror fans, and then you go and just sully the opportunity by, you know, just like, come on, man. You could do so much better. Trying to think if there are any more survival horror releases that I was like immediately fixated on. I try and like I wish list all the ones that I see, but it's not actually that often that I'm like immediately resonantly obsessed with them. They're just ones that I'm like, I want to play this. That's essentially it, yeah. This is my cookie mold. Yeah, I don't know. I'm eager for all the ones that I have on my wish list, but I don't think any of them are like so immediately stand out that I'm desperately pursuing it, you know? I kind of just got like there was such an uptick in them that I mostly just got excited about how many there were, more so than any in particular. The only one that like aesthetically really stood out as like something distinctly different is one that I talked about before. It got delisted from Steam because it's currently undergoing a legal battle with some fuckhead trying to claim that it's his, while the studio is trying to wrestle control back for it. That one looked interesting, but it's gone now. Potentially forever, at least until further notice. I think the other hangup is that none of them are out. I don't think any of them even have release dates, so I can't really get that excited for them until they're like imminent. In this universe, in the dominant tabletop war game, Sonic Forces spinoff. Oh goodness. All right. Should we get into this game or what? We got a lot to get through. I do not know how much we're going to get through tonight, so we should at least try and knock some of it away. Game? I know, shocker, right? I don't love you like I did yesterday for flapping gums. Yeah, something like that, right? Ironic considering it's following Silent Hill, but it's very it's a contradictory juxtaposition there, but I suppose we'll take it. On Silent Hill. Less Silent Hill. He's already ironic on the screaming, yeah. Perfect. What a great one for that. Oh look. A town. Pause the music. Wow. We're there. Alright. I know what we're coming up on. Is there a body in there on Wednesday? You know. Actually, fun fact about the menu screen is the background that displays is based on the most recent ending you've gotten. Ain't that kind of neat? Ain't that kind of neat? So I don't want to talk too much on what the background came from or what it might be related to, but must be a nice wholesome game. Surely. Always very lovely and cozy. Yeah. Definitely. Definitely. So the part that we're coming up to has a puzzle segment that conceptually I adore. And I just kind of bounce off. Like, it... For some reason, my brain cannot, like, mesh with it. Which is really unfortunate. But you can't win them all. Fortunately, we are on the easy puzzle difficulty for this playthrough. So I'm hoping I can get it without mistakes this time. Because there is an achievement for not getting a mistake the whole time in that puzzle. And I would like that achievement without having to like look up the answers, but if it comes to just cheating eventually, we'll do that for one of the playthroughs. So this is only 3 out of 5, so 5 assuming I don't get all the other achievements, or assuming I do get all the achievements. If I don't get them all by the time I finish the 5th playthrough, I'll need another one to get the rest of them. So, you know? There could always be more. Although I don't know when they'll be, because I'm probably going to have to uninstall this game to make room for Death Stranding. Because I'm already assuming that Death Stranding 2 is going to want to be run on an SSD, as most modern games are now. And my SSD in this PC is really tiny. Because it's one of those... So this was a pre-built PC. And it's one of those ones that came with two memory drives. So it has like... I think it's like a... I don't remember if it's a 250 or a 500 solid state. Either way, it's not even a terabyte of solid state, and then it has 2 terabytes of hard drive. And for a while, that was fine, because I could just put all my games on the hard drive and they'd be fine. But now, like, all AAA modern games are like, this requires an SSD to run even remotely well. Like, dude, I can't afford it. I don't got that space. And I wanted to buy an additional SSD for the PC, but I couldn't afford it. And now I really can't afford it because they all skyrocketed in price. So that's chill and cool and all that. Half of them are 100 plus. Exactly. So I can have like exactly one installed on my solid state. And that's all I get. Fortunately, a lot of the big ones that I've been eager for aren't that big. They're not small games by any means. But they're not breaking the proverbial bank for memory. But I think Death Stranding 2 is going to change that. I feel like that's probably a big game. I'm very admittedly impatiently waiting for them to release the specs list. Because it has a store page, you can wishlist it on Steam, but it doesn't have any Can I just get rid of all my pills? I can't. Oh yeah. It doesn't have the actual specs required for it listed yet, so... Yeah, I know. I'm like, come on, guys, please. I need to know. And the reason that makes me nervous is because it was released as a PS5 exclusive. I know it's probably still running on the same engine that the first one did. But that doesn't mean it's gonna run. 2 weeks away? Is it already that short? Yeah. Yeah, the 19th. 18th? 19th of March. The Thursday. Whichever one of those is Thursday. Nice try. Valiant effort. RE9 on my fridge calendar. That's so fair. That's so fucking fair and real. Because I'm old. No, I probably would too if it wasn't already part of my, like, general stream scheduling. I keep track of it in several places. The Great Space Invasion 1. Now in brilliant color, the Great Space Invasion experienced terror like never before with the invasion of the body-snatching aliens. I could, hypothetically, try and get that ending and leave that as a, like, just make an additional save before getting that end. Then reload to continue like nothing happened. Hey. Stop that. It's very rude. Time as a construct. It's the one I'm not. Yeah. No, in general, honestly, if it wasn't for streaming, I imagine I would be significantly worse at keeping track of time than I am. Stream keeps me in check because I maintain a schedule with it. Fuck. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm gonna go back to the shrine and just offer up some of this candy to the gods, and then we can pick stuff up again. Wouldn't that be convenient? It's like, my pockets are full. Let me give this god an offering. That'll also, like, improve my health and well-being. As well as free my pockets, so I can hold more stuff. Oh, you got me, you fucker. Get out of here with that. It's like crumbled over the basket. Da, 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 da. You can have my Ramuna. You can have my divine water. I want my kudzu. I might just eat the Arara. You can have my chocolate, though. I'm fine with you eating my chocolate. I kind of like having the Higashi. They'd come in handy later. I have to double check if that's one stack or if they've been divided into two, though. Because if they're two stacks, I can drop them until I only have one stack. Oh, I forgot the kudzu don't stack either. It is, okay. So they cap out at 3. So I'll get rid of 3 of them. So that I can pick up one more before I have to worry about them taking up too much space. Do I get rid of one of the kudzu? They're pretty good. They're pretty fucking good. I have 2 first aid kits and 6 bandages. I'll find more. Okay, I was also reminded coming back this way that we can go into this house. We'll do that first. And then we'll go pick up that Yokon that we left. But house first. There's stuff. Stuff and things to do in-house. I don't remember what or why, but I think it's just lore.
Doctor, is that you?
Doctor! Oh, it's dead. Oh, yes, we're getting a key for that. Remember when I said we'd find more? Can I not open? Oh, wow. I have to do this first. Do I? No, I don't. We're good. No. No. Key. No, just because we skipped it. Here's the scary. Oh, bunch of eyeballs. Why would you be collecting eyes, Doctor? It's a little fucked up, isn't it? It's a little fucked up, isn't it? What are you doing? That one's just busted. We come back up here. Oh no, it's gone. How could this happen?
Someone there?
Doctor? Claw marks. Eyeballs off the horror checklist. Very many all at once. How efficient. I thought I just saw an interact thing pop up here, but I guess it was just the way. Something else displayed. Oh, wow, you're back.
Is it dead?
Oh, wow, you're gone. What a shame. What a pity. Anyway, we got a bunch of offerings. So we can go just offer those before we move on and start filling our inventory again. Yeah, there wasn't... I already looked around the... Yeah, there's nothing else back here. Okay. Okay. You can have another one of those, and you can take these off my hands. We are very close to getting our last Omamori slot, and I'm quite excited about that one. 5 Omamori is going to be fucked up. We can make some wild synergies, and I'm excited to kind of dabble with those again. I know we haven't really looked at what I have yet, and it is because I do like the synergy we've currently established. But I still want to look at all the options and kind of play with it. Plus, there are still Omamori we haven't gotten yet. So I'm kind of stoked to see how those might interact and change the synergies that we're kind of building out. So 5 more with the flavor of Gothic horror. Yes. The answer is yes. Also, without saying too much, there's a reason Bloodborne is one of my all-time favorite games. Can't homogenize them, that's fair. Tragically, they are both excellent.
Sakuko's shrine is up ahead.
I think aesthetically, if we're talking purely aesthetic, I like the visual language of Gothic horror more. If that helps at all. Even though Bloodborne does an incredible job with it, the sort of eldritch horror vibe tends to work better the less you actually see, right? So, unless done particularly well, it works where there isn't really a visual aesthetic. So, the weekend of the 27th will be... No, that's absolutely fair. I fully anticipate just not getting viewers for Requiem if I'm playing it day one. I know, like, there are always a handful of you lovely folks who will be here, but I know there are a lot of people who just won't be able to tune in because they want to play it themselves unspoiled. And it's the same going back to those people, or I probably won't be as present in their streams. I'll be lurking. Like, I'll still tune in, but I won't be able to, like, actively watch or participate because I also won't want to see anything. So, hey, Shu.
Hey, partner! That's not the way to Rinko's house.
I don't know, I was exploring.
Oh, sorry. Zoned out for a bit.
This is Sakuko's family shrine, right?
Yeah.
Don't think too much about it. Let's hurry up and find Rinko.
Right. Let's go.
But it was the same thing when this game came out, too. Like, there were streams that I love being in that I couldn't participate in because I didn't want to, like, see anything. And those same folks were not over here for the exact same reason. So, there's never any offense. It's a mutual understanding between all of us. That's kind of the price for playing such a highly anticipated game so early. Don't remember exactly where that little... Was it here? I think it was this one. Drawn more to indies than big franchise. Yes. See, and that's fair too. I'm fortunate that a lot of the spaces I like hanging out in do tend to play games that I'm not necessarily going to play myself, or that I'm less concerned about seeing stuff for. Really, it only comes down to, like, the big horror entries that I'm, like, super concerned about. Because, like, a lot of the element of those games is not knowing. Right? They land better when you don't know things. But there are tons of other things where I'm happy to just, like, sit down and vibe with, even if I might play it later. If it runs on my machine, I'd want to... No, see, and that's so fair. For Resident Evil, the question would kind of be, are you able to already run the modern Resident Evil releases? Like, have you been able to play the 4 remake? Have you been able to play 2 and 3 remake? Have you been able to play Village? If you can run those, I would say it's a pretty solid bet that you'll be able to run Requiem. Just because it's still running on the RE engine. And in general, they've done a pretty good job of, like, optimizing. What? Sorry. It's just here? I am gonna leave it. I am. I know, that sounds strange. I wasn't planning on getting it this playthrough. so, I'm very taken aback that it's just readily available. It takes effort to obtain. That's all I'll say about it. I did put that effort in the previous playthrough. I didn't expect them to continue rewarding that effort in following playthroughs. That caught me very off guard. What I was saying is they're still running the RE engine. And even if they have been updating the engine for like modern releases, it's still their proprietary engine and they would know how to optimize it well. So I trust that RE9 will run without significant additional effort. I didn't want to pick that up. Switch 2 exclusive, and I'm not sold on the Switch 2 yet. No, that's fair. What, just for the sake of discussion, what is holding you back from it, and what could potentially sell you on it? Because I do understand a lot of people not wanting to upgrade to the Switch 2. We personally made the Switch fairly recently. I mean, the unfortunate thing is it is just kind of a game that would not function on the old Switch. Tragically. In a perfect world, they would all be universal, but that's just not how it works. Right? That'd be too limited. Like, it'd be way too limiting on the developers. But it would be nice. But no, we made the upgrade recently because, like, well, I mean, I've played games on it. I've shown it. I have the OG Switch that lives in part of my computer setup now. This is a launch Switch. This has been with me since the first month of the Switch existing. And we use it, like, we would use the Switch, even if we weren't gaming, it would get turned on daily in this house. And also, just in general, both Tupper and I tend to enjoy Nintendo games. So it's pretty easy for us to assume that Nintendo will continue releasing games that we're eager for. Obviously, they're not everyone's cup of tea. So that's a harder sell for people who just don't generally play Nintendo games. But it was a pretty easy sell for us because it was already starting to kind of chug on a lot of the games that we were playing.
Disgusting.
And a lot of those games...
Don't go anywhere near that weird stuff. It might be poisonous. Go around to the garden on the right. This way.
Got it.
A lot of those games were getting, like, Switch 2 upgrades anyway. And a handful of them are free if you pay for... Like, if you're already paid into Nintendo Switch Online. Like, we got a free upgrade for Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom because we're already subscribed to Nintendo Switch Online. The Switch 2 version of Nintendo Switch Online gives you access to their GameCube catalog, which was also a big sell for us, even if the catalog is not very big yet. There are a handful of games that are just giving away their upgrades. Like, I bought... I've gotten, like, hyperfixated on Final Fantasy, so I got all of the physical games that the Switch has for Final Fantasy. And one of those is obviously the new release for Tactics. And while there is not a physical Switch 2 version of Tactics, if you have a Switch 2, you get a free upgrade to a Switch 2 version. So it's like a lot of stuff like that was a pretty easy sell for us for the Switch 2. It was just, we were going to replace the console anyway. So we might as well replace it with the upgrade. And we're the type of people who will benefit from the additional perks that the upgraded console comes with. So in our household, it made sense. Right? But, like, it is one of those things that I'm never shocked when people are like, it's just not there yet for me.
I can't just leave her out there by herself.
I do understand that wholly. I don't really need most of this stuff. I can leave that there for now, since something's gonna come and attack me anyway. Like, I'm probably gonna use some of this fucking healing pretty soon. Give me key. Song of Cyan, I'm not okay. I don't know. I don't have context, I'm sorry. Ooh, jeez. That's a big knife.
Some giant monster just showed up.
I've got to find her.
We'll remember how to fight this thing shortly. It'll take a minute, but we'll get there. They have plushies of this guy. I kind of wish. I feel like as grim and grotesque as he is, they would be really cute plushes. Now I do this while he's dying. He gets to respawn.
Not enough. Need to keep turning it.
One more. Am I gonna get it before you get me, though? I don't think I am. No. you're up now too. So let me quickly just use a bandage, I guess. That makes the most sense. That was terrible. Couldn't have been worse timed. I have more bandages though, it's okay. We're fine. Something you'd have to play off stream. Visual novel. This is ringing some bells. I still don't think I know anything actually about it, but that is ringing something. I don't think I'd be able to comfortably play like a full-blown visual novel on stream anyway. Hang on, didn't I? Oh yeah, I do. It's like, didn't I have like 8 bandages? Why does that say 1? Wow, that hit killed you. Tragic. Extreme horror.
Alright.
No, that's fair. Did use a bandage, so I can pick up that Ramona. The level of graphic I put myself through has definitely decreased since my teen years. But I would still be willing to give it an honest try. Not really a reason for me to fight you. All my weapons are getting real low.
You okay?
Yeah. I think so.
Good. I didn't let Junko down then. She told me to look after you. No matter what happens.
She did?
Yeah, a while ago. Anyway, let's move.
Right. Time to go.
College-aged edgelord. I hit that phase probably way younger than I should have. But, you know, that's just the way it is. Didn't have high-speed internet in high school. Yeah, I had basically unsupervised internet access from the age of like 9 or 10. And it just kind of went from there, so. What can I consume to make space here? Can I get rid of you? I can. Nice. Gorgeous. One of the character portraits. Good stuff, I thought. Were the epitome of art. I was 13. That's how it goes sometimes, though. And a lot of the time, like, you still look at it and you're like, I can see why I liked it. Yeah, see, that's fair. I would say, too, based on our implied age gap. We were probably into this stuff like around the same time. I was just younger. We're getting very close to... Very close to the upgrade that we are hunting. Never draw this well. Your standards will rise exponentially as you get. That's how it goes, isn't it? I'm clicking it, don't you worry. Oh yeah. A cutie. With no context. Could be a terrible character. I don't know. I can't speak on that. But... Emily the Strange comics in 2004. I vaguely remember Emily the Strange. I do not remember anything about... Oh, yes, I do remember this character. That's fun. Oh, I paused the stream. Riddle solved. So many bandages. Can I just, like, just use... Yeah, I got 7. Let me full heal for no reason. Oh, I really don't remember much of what I was into or looking at. The only things I really remember at all, it's partly because one of them was just like super prevalent in the weeb circles that I found myself lingering around online. I watched and read Elfen Lied. It was like 14 or 15, maybe. And also, while I haven't like read the visual novels or anything, I did watch all of the Higurashi anime that existed at the time. I know while that's not directly Ryakishi, it was still like, it was an adaptation of his stories, so.
We used to play here a long time ago.
Based on how
Takes me back.
I enjoyed that anime,
I got lost here.
I was still excited hearing his name tied to this game.
It's hard to picture a tough girl like you crying.
That was a long time ago. Don't think I've cried since.
You tend to keep things bottled up inside. That's a bad habit of yours.
Clamp,
you
I
know?
recognize that too. I don't know if I have any experience with that one either.
Shoo.
In the spring, we used to catch fish and tadpoles. Felt great to be in the water.
Okay.
Used to get
Right,
yelled
right,
at
right.
for getting covered in mud when we played in the rice fields. Remember?
All this going on. The memories just keep rushing back.
Makes you miss those days, huh?
I know I
Hey, you know,
grew up
I'm here
watching
for you.
Cardcaptor.
Whatever you need, you can rely on me.
But it was obviously like,
Thank you.
you know, the early 2000s North American dub.
Alright,
I don't know how
go.
true to the actual source material that was,
This fog is so thick.
but
I hope Rinko hasn't lost her way.
giving me flashbacks of my first gay ship. Pray tell. Escape. No, it wasn't for kids, but it was like, I know Sailor Moon was another one that I watched a lot as a kid. These were like before anime was like super widespread in North America, and those ones in particular played before anime started getting its kind of own established programming circles. So like it was just, as far as I was aware in my dumb little child brain, it was just another cartoon, right? I had no context for what anime fundamentally was. They were just, I thought they looked cool. And despite not remembering anything about either of them really, I really enjoyed them. Actually, it is, thinking about that now, it's hilarious that I got my start on anime with two magical girl animes. Wild. Wild time. I also remember the name Tsubasa Chronicles, but Card Captain and Sailor Moon, yeah. Technically, those would have been the first anime I ever watched. Kurogane FID flow, right? I don't follow, unfortunately. We do have ads coming in a minute, which is why I'm just kind of lingering around. So we'll just keep yapping on anime for a minute, and then progress through this segment, hopefully flawlessly, so that I can get my achievement. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get attacked for just standing here. That's fine. You can't move while I'm looking at you. I'm trying to think of what other, like, early anime I got into. Should rewatch some episodes. I would like to watch them subbed. Because I know the dub was notorious for, like, changing a lot of context of things. A big thing was basically writing out a canonical lesbian romance. Which, like, obviously, in my adult life, I want that. So I refuse to partake in the written out version. So, what's this link? What is this one? Oh, yes. Yeah, I do recognize that style, too. They are all very spindly, aren't they? Crater follicule. How many spell slots? Probably too many. Let's be real. Let's be real and honest. Probably too many. I'm sorry. I know you can't hear me, but I'm apologizing anyway. I'm sorry. Sometimes I love her. Topper. Topper Droblin loves you. Just checking in on some of the little things that I can't actively have open while playing, because this game is too hard on my computer.
Hold on a minute.
Well, you are, for the foreseeable month, exempt from the ad hell. Thank you, an anonymous gifter, for the sub to our darling Droplin. There are a few of you. There are a few of you that I'm suspicious of, but you deliberately chose the anonymous, so I won't attempt to call people out. But I do appreciate it, and I'm sure they appreciate it. It's very sweet of you. I know I've said it before, but I will reiterate. Every cent spent in this space, I do and have put back into the stream in some capacity. The biggest one so far was actually this game that we're currently playing. I was very, very fortuitous in that I was able to pay for it thanks to the generosity of you guys subscribing. And the second big one was actually Requiem. Like the fact that I'm able to justify purchasing these games without putting myself out during such a slow season of work. I can't really state how it does mean a lot. It does. So I appreciate you. Every single one of you. Obviously, I do work full time. There is never an obligation to support stream under any circumstances. But being that I work full time, I do make sure to try and use those funds to add to the stream experience in whatever way I can. So, thank you. Welcome back from the ads as well. Everybody. Anonymous. Who are you? Why do you always have to be different than everyone else? Yelling into the void. Just standing in the bottom or at the opening of a really, really long tunnel. Different than everyone else. In what way? These three are all pretty similar, right? then these three are arguably different. Is it? Because you're kind of standing off to the side. Ah. That's exactly where I'm at with the the Scarecrow puzzle. Like, fundamentally, I want to like it. My brain does not mesh with the type of riddle that it's presenting. A dusk freak or a dismissive freak? Wait, where? Who's calling what a freak? Did I call something a freak? I wouldn't be surprised if I did. Read the... Oh! Ah, I see. They called someone a freak. Card from Rinko. I was always hoping you two would hurry up and cut it out with that weird Space Wars game of yours. It's quite the it's quite the backbend you got going on there. I don't think my spine can even bend like that. I feel like I would just snap. It wouldn't go well. Hello? Oh. I'd be rubbing vertebrae. It'd be bad. Going with all that cake. No, it's just really, really pronouncing the hips. It's really, they're just tiny little scarecrows. They don't got much cake. But if you accentuate your hips in just the right way, it doesn't matter. Who are you? Honestly, you're helpless without me. Okay. That really doesn't help me at all. And this is the easy version too. This is easy riddles. They should be super simple, and I'm still listening to them like, I don't know how to interpret this. It's rough. I really, really like the concept of this puzzle.
I'm going to be in trouble if I don't find a new weapon soon.
I'm really not good at it. Don't know what that thing is. I do hate when that happens. do I just go for it? I really want to get them all correct, but I don't think I'm gonna. I'll talk about my rationale there in a moment. Card from Rinko. I mean, you did answer my unspoken wishes, just in the worst way possible. Right, so this one, he's moving toward her. This one, he's moving toward her. This one, they're both moving away from her. That's where my rationale was with that one. The best part of how uncertain I am about all this is I can explain my rationale for choosing what I chose, and it might still not be the correct reason that that was the right answer. You know? It could have been a lucky guess. Who are you? I'll be your friend. Otherwise, you'd be so miserably alone. Hmm.
Is this some sort of offering?
Truly. And I don't know again. I'd like... Ah! Yeah, that. Is it one of you? Pretty rough, the scream. Is it loud? If it's too loud, I can turn it down. Sounds in pain. It's one of the ghosts. It's like the first ghost encounter in Fatal Frame 3. After you defeat her. Not that. Almost be fangirl screams. To be fair, they are pretty much all death screams. But that one was one of the Fatal Frame ghosts after being defeated. So a little bit of additional mournfulness is not too surprising. It is impressive how visceral it is, though. Like, is she okay? I don't know what to do. Is it you? Because you're kind of on your own? Like, these two... No, because the three of you are kind of evenly spaced. Maybe it's you, because these two are facing... two are close together. So it could be one of you, but then it's a question of which one. You're like in pursuit of you. So is it you? You two have the same neck accessory. As do you. As do you. You are different. You have a different neck accessory and you got a little bird brooch. I'm going with you. You're the odd one out. That's my sole reasoning. I can't think of why else it would be any other one, so... Great. Because you know what he did when you decided you weren't going to play anymore? He pathetically kept at it, playing that silly game all by himself. I am gonna lose a weapon if I get into combat again. I have so many bandages. I'm actually pretty fucking well equipped with bandages. I don't think I need more. Tell me truly, you two aren't anything more than friends, right? I've always been watching you when you weren't looking, you know. Oh. So it's this one. So you two are hanging out, and you're just staring from behind. Yeah, sometimes the camera angles can be a little sus. I do think it's you. This time, I feel like this is pretty blatant, and if I'm wrong... Where even... Oh, there it is. You're all grown up now, right? Well, this isn't just some kid's game. You think you can just call it quits whenever you want? That you can run away without facing consequences? Wish I could dance like that, honestly. To be even like half that flexible would probably be a boon. Silent Hill was always rated M. From the very beginning. Oh. Your attacks are so weirdly staggered. Hello? That's fine, we're fine. It's fine, we're fine. All my weapons are gonna break though. They're very low. Where is the riddle here? Riddle? Are you all here just for funsies? Guess I just keep going? Okay. Okay. All the popping and the tension. What? Do that. Just make an album together. Do it up. I think y'all would cook.
Not good. This won't last much longer.
Y'all would absolutely. Didn't mean to eat that. That's fine. We'll live. Probably repair the bat. I guess I could repair the pipe too. There's no harm. And then in using both of those thoroughly, I should be able to fully repair the knife, just ambiently. Now I can stop worrying for a little bit. Okay, so you, yes, you, who, you, which one is you, what are they talking about? Me, yes, me. You? Are you the one that is representative of me? Kinda got the hair. Right? Another one that was close. That's different though. You have different hair. I think it's that. It's gotta be that one. It has to be that one, right? Like, which one looks like Hinako? Today is your funeral. I don't think it will be long before he finally gives you up. The least you could do is show him that Shimizu Hinako is no more than ash now. Oh.
Hey! Hinako!
Wait. What just happened?
Come on! Hurry!
Freedom. And we got the achievement.
Hinako!
Is she here?
I'm in it too? Oh, man.
Rinko!
Not that I could help with this. No, it's fine. You're so good. We figured it out.
If you're here, say something!
Still not sure what's going on. The thing about Silent Hill F is the full picture is only kind of grasped after you, like, finish
Are you hurt?
the game.
Your family?
I'm not hurt, but
There are 5 endings.
everyone's
So, even though we've played it entirely twice, we have not finished this game.
I don't understand. Where did they go? What's with the monsters everywhere? What in the world is going on?
I've gotten enough information and context clues to formulate theories. But we don't actually, like, we don't know definitively what's going on yet. A lot of it's pretty subjective, to an extent, absolutely. What I've seen, it said somewhere that this one in particular does actually paint a much fuller picture of what the definitive story is once you have finished it.
Believe it.
I know.
It's the only one where getting all of the endings
Gotta get out of town.
actually does give you, like,
What about our parents?
a broad picture,
We can go get help. But we need to
instead of just a variety of endings that you can self-interpret.
Not abandoning them. But we can only help them if we keep ourselves alive.
But we're trapped here. There's no way out.
Obviously, I didn't want to, like, learn how it does that, so I haven't looked into it more than that.
Go
But
take a look out the window. You can see the bridge from here.
every playthrough feeds into the whole story.
No way.
Bridge. Now what do we do?
Well, we can't use the bridge. But we can still take the highway.
Past the mountain. Behind your house. You really think we can make it?
I know a shortcut through the wasabi fields. Rinko?
Yeah, no, it's super cool, and that's why small details seem to change
In the kitchen.
each subsequent
I'll go
New
get
Game
it.
Plus.
Hey. I'll help you look for it.
Not a bad idea, partner.
I swear the notes that we get from the scarecrows, those aren't part of the riddle. Those are just pieces of the story. Right? And I feel
the
like
kitchen
they've
then?
been different all three playthroughs. As well, there are micro details in some of the cutscenes that still weren't familiar this time around. Rude. Rinko's a rude dude. Pointed and laughed at us. So much better for replayability. So do I. And feeding that by giving you additional micro details as you play is a really cool way to add to it too. Just again, I'm pretty sure the cutscene, like some of the cutscenes we've gotten have had details we haven't seen yet, and this is the third playthrough.
What happened?
That just, it feels cool to me. Oh, my homies hate Rinko. I really want to get the full picture so that I can do a proper analysis of her character.
There he is. What? He can't wait for me to catch up?
Cause like, yeah, she's a shithead. But also, it's a lot more complex than, yeah, she's a shithead. And I would like to fully grasp the nuance of that complexity before I'd, like, state anything, you know? Without anything new. No. I mean, to an extent. Because, like, I enjoy replaying the older Silent Hills, and they definitely don't add as much in subsequent playthroughs. I mean, like, obviously there are small additionals with New Game versus New Game Plus, but that's where the differentiating stops. Every time you play New Game Plus, it's going to be the same type of playthrough, barring the small decisions you change to get a different ending. They really just kind of took it above and beyond with this one. Join our witch hunt. I cannot, I'm sorry. I need to assess everything at a level baseline. Hand. God, that's kind of all that's in this room, huh? I guess there were notes in here. So it does seem like all the notes we previously got, we retained. Which means that any note we find is just a missing note at this point. Knives in the fox mask. The best part is you can't even get into this room in the base game. Your first playthrough, this is just inaccessible. There's no getting in here. So you only get access to this room in the first New Game Plus. And at that point, you have context. You know what this is. You know why this is here. You know what these are. You know why that's there. It kind of makes it that much more ominous, though, doesn't it? Just know about the medicine? That's fair. We've definitely seen a lot less definitive about the shrine world. I have theories about all of it, but it's a lot less substantiated theory when it comes to the stuff that happens in the shrine world. Because we just haven't seen as much for it yet. They do a really good job at keeping some of the smaller details away from you. But we did get a pretty big revelation about Fox Mask after or during New Game Plus. Even if Inari-sama is hot. Have faith in the beautiful. The problem is he's also charismatic, right? It's like that's such a dangerous double whammy.
What's that?
That, my darling, is a naginata, and I would love to have it. That's it. We can have another Omamori. And frankly, I'm here for it. Do I need more than that, though? Do I need more? Yes, I do, because I still have Omamori to draw as well. So I do actually need an additional 1,000, I believe. Oh, all the Omamori. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Find out why there was PSA. That's exactly. He's still at it. And surely Wesker knows the answer. Even if he's at the bottom of a pit of magma. I don't have an AMA yet! Oh, that changes things. We'll keep hoarding. I have the patience. Hey. I'm gonna go this way. Pretty sure there was yeah, there's a room I didn't try yet. I don't remember if it's accessible or not. Hey, look, it is. Oh, look, it's because I got that key. Girl, can you, like, chill the fuck out? Trying not to die, actually. Hey. Don't believe the fox's words. Stay away from the western room. Is that all that's in here, though? Just a warning? Taking Rose to Disneyland. It is really funny to imagine Chris in, like, the father figure role. We haven't been in there either. Goodness. So many doors we didn't try. Or
Wasn't
were
it
we? No,
closed?
we were. Oh, there it is. Wasn't that closed before? There it is. Want it to be canon so bad. Honestly. They're all missing their faces. How peculiar. Sculpture in the image of the god Inari. It looks like it might fit somewhere. I wonder where. Don't trust him. You know, I would also go anywhere with Chris, so I get it. It's fair. Hope nobody saw it. Fingers can be crossed. People gotta remember that even the memes, can still be spoilers. Right, I remember now. Ma'am, get in my way. My lantern! Just being hot. He's good at that.
Stay back.
Too slow. Oh, please. I don't remember your pattern at all. You do that a lot. With that little glowy chromatic aberration to your silhouette. I always miss the actual counter opportunity. There we go. There we go. And thoroughly investigated. I disagree. It has not been investigated thoroughly enough, and we need to send our best agents
This must be special.
to investigate further.
Sorry. I'll hold on to it for a bit.
That man needs to be investigated thoroughly and immediately. I should save, right? I don't remember what we're about to do. Hope they assign me. I'm not mission control. It's not up to me.
Finally. It's no use. It won't open.
Private investigator, Gob. Define private investigator. Hello. What a wonderful time for you to be hopping in. We are admittedly being a little thirsty. Interpret it well. Hello, how'd the climb go? At a weird time? Oh no, that's just... Listen, it's commonplace. It's commonplace here. So I apologize if I scare anyone away, but you have entered you have entered thirst chat. But hello, Raiders. Hello, Saccharin. Welcome in. If any of you have not met me before, you can call me Dusk. I use they, them pronouns, and I am primarily a horror streamer. So I like to preface first and foremost, if you struggle with horror, that is kind of the warning there. But I do not personally have a hard time with horror, so I try to keep this space kind of mellow and chill. So that people who are interested in the stories but struggle to play the games still have a way to experience them comfortably, so to say. That said, we are in the middle of a third playthrough of Silent Hill F. So a couple things with that. If you're looking if you're looking to avoid spoilers for Silent Hill F, it's kind of a compounding one where it's only going to get more and more spoilery each new game. So fairest of warnings there, but also it can be heavy. It's definitely like there are moments where this one is harder to stomach for folks. Thematically, it can be pretty grim, and visually, it can be pretty grim. So, if you are hanging out and watching, keep that in mind, and please listen to your own well-being if things start to get a little too much. There will never ever be any offense taken if someone has to run away. Your mental well-being is far more valuable than hanging out in a silly little stream playing a horror game. So didn't have the motivation to replay. That's fair. Yeah, it is one of those ones I was explaining very recently, like what, 10 minutes ago, basically that like unlike past entries, you don't get the full picture for this one until you've finished it. And there are 5 endings. So you haven't really finished the game until you've gotten everything. And each subsequent playthrough, you kind of get more like trickle-fed bits and pieces of context clue throughout micro changes in a lot of the cutscenes. And then, of course, the ending will give you like a large puzzle piece to work with. Currently, I can't speak too much on it because, again, this is only playthrough 3 out of the designated 5. But it is just a lot. The very end of the playthrough, yeah. Didn't especially care for the combat, and a lot of people have that sentiment. That's such a valid criticism. I come from, like, as far as action games go, I do have like a little bit of a FromSoft background. So figuring out like the nuances of a combat system, tinkering with like skill synergies, in this case in the form of like perks with the Omamori. And just the general like understanding of failing being part of the learning experience for like the bosses and stuff. I was already well versed in that, so it felt like a very organic transition for me into Silent Hill F. But I knew from the top, even though the developers during launch were like, please don't approach it like a Souls-like. It's not meant to be that. There are undeniable elements that kind of make it a parallel. It might not be a true Souls-like, but there are a lot of elements that would drive people away if they already don't mesh with Souls-likes. So, I get it. But I find the combat really rewarding. I enjoy it a lot. And it's also one of those, like, the way I go about a lot of these games, I fucking love. I fucking love not knowing anything. So as it like gradually presents me with little context clues, my brain is just buzzing the whole time, spinning little theory threads. Fuck, like after the first playthrough, the folks, the poor folks in my Discord can attest for it, but they just got like, they got a multi-post spoiler tagged wall of text. So if they didn't want to uncover the spoilers, they had to just scroll through one of my chat feeds through like a literal 2-paragraph post of just fucking gray. I was like, I'm sorry to do this all to you. And that was just theory, because that was only the first playthrough. And then I went through and did like an addendum after the second playthrough and was like, there's still more that I'm thinking about, but I don't want to post until I know more. So I just love theory crafting. A game that gets my brain going is one that'll hold my attention. Was not piecing it together. That's so valid. It is very heady, to be fair. Like, again, that's what I do. Survival horrors are like, they're probably at this point my favorite genre, kind of period. And Silent Hill is like my favorite of the genre. And it's always been a little bit obtuse in how it presents its story. It doesn't really give you all the answers. It just gives you stuff to kind of work with to try and figure it out. I'm wired for that. But a lot of people aren't. It's not everyone's, like, it's not the way people necessarily like to take in a story. Getting to the end and not really being told anything doesn't mesh with arguably most folks. People like to have a little more substance to chew on. But I like thinking. I like thinking a little too much. So, but of course, any of you friends coming in on that little raid, if you do need to raid and run, Even if you plan to lurk and hang out, I recommend doing a little self-care break. Do a stretch, grab some drinks and stuff. I do have ads coming in just under 15 minutes, and I forgot to do my 2-hour stretch break. So we're gonna be going into the 3-hour ad break, and I haven't gotten out of this chair yet. So, when
From around here?
thank you, the Prime Gaming sub, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's very sweet. No, yes, if you do need to raid and run, I understand wholly. But even if you don't plan to run, you should stretch. You should stretch. No, that's very sweet of you. Thank you, Sakrin. We found out after the second playthrough, all comes down to a date between two Resident Evil. Exactly. It's all down to a date between two very specific Resident Evil characters. Yes, also, we should preface, we are a thirsty chat, so a couple folks heading to bed, so fair. Tupper might be coming upstairs to tuck in. Cal heading off to get some sleep. Always appreciate the company. It's always good to see you. Have a good night. Have the sweetest of sweet dreams. And we'll catch you next time, be it here or over in your space. Till the next one. We found out that Leon's hot. Only just? Only just, huh? Alright. We got a little over 10 minutes. We're going to keep chipping away here for a moment. And then I do need to behave and get out of this chair for a minute, so we'll take a proper stretch break
Sakako?
very soon. First? First what? What do you want as a snack? That's a good question. We do still have those like the rectangle crackers. Those are very nice. They're soft, they're buttery. Feta. If we had feta, honestly, Tupper would be allowed to fuck it up. But we don't have any feta in the house. Pepperoni cheese string. Take one of the string cheeses. Grab a little dish of pepperoni and bring some of the crackers. None of that needs to be prepared. It's very easy to assemble into any form of combination bite that you desire. And you could additionally, you're not supposed to, okay, I won't keep adding things to that plate then, but that makes a solid little roundup of potential snacks. Oh, I missed that one. I know that's gonna get up, but it's fine. We'll get the means to prevent them from coming back soon, but... Wanted to know? Yeah, snacks are important. Take care, Cal. Showers are wonderful contraptions. They really are. They really are. Cheese strings on my guitar. They sound greasy. The tone was dull. Didn't really reverberate much. Mostly just kind of got uncomfortable on my fingers. The cheese drops on my guitar. Yeah, I didn't forget. I knew you were up there. Get bent. Bye-bye. Okay. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Come on, then. Fuck. Ma'am? I don't appreciate what you're doing right now. Oh, I really missed that. Oh yeah, she's going down. She's going down. She's going down. She's going down. Stagger on this thing is nuts. Okay. Piece together the story with the audio alone. It's okay. If you happen to catch the end. Well, the ending won't be tonight, but if you happen to catch the end,
In a place like this.
I will absolutely elaborate a lot on what's going down. But if not, honestly, legit, feel free to just DM me any questions, because I will fucking yap. I will fucking yap. I got no shame. But enjoy your lurk. Thank you again for the raid. It's very sweet. The raid and the sub. It's very, very sweet. Appreciate you coming over. Headdress thingy? The mannequin? Yeah, these ones are cool. The altar mannequins are very neat. It's kind of like... I don't know what it's supposed to look like or represent. But it sort of reminds me of like a wilting flower. Don't worry. The fundamental to being able to explain anything to anyone is understanding it enough to break it down into simple terms. If I can't explain it in a way that you'll understand it, I don't understand it enough either. But legit, that goes for literally anybody. If you just want to know about any of the Silent Hill games, shoot me a DM with a specific question, and I will... I will literally just, like, unload the stories into your laps if that's what you want. I'm more than happy to do that for anybody. I love this series so much. Dusk intensifies. You can feel me vibrating at the prospect of talking about Silent Hill, can't you? Not enough. The honorable blood. Fill it up. Make it full. Otherwise. So happy to be here. I'm happy anyone's happy to be here. It's very, very, very sweet. I'm just a fucking nerd playing video games. Asking Dusk if they like Silent Hill. And I just respond, "Oh, buddy, do I?" Before you get fucking text walled into oblivion. All the secret arts, medicines succumb to us, spirit and flesh. Oh, you're getting back up. I wasn't ready for you to stand! So lay back down, please. Thank you. That would be the most terrifying thing, Droblin, if the the is typing prompt just never actually goes away. Because it disappears if you idle. Even if there's still a big old text block, it does go away. When they stream playthroughs of Siren. It'll happen. They're on my list, trust me. But I haven't actually played them yet. That's one I'm actually, I'm saving the Siren games for when I have, Slitterhead. Because Slitterhead is arguably the spiritual successor. I know it's different. Solid 10 minutes. Probably. Probably. Siren Slitterhead September? Can't do it, unfortunately. Silent Hill September this year is probably going to be a combination of Homecoming and Downpour. Leading into Townfall, I imagine. Townfall is probably going to be another late September, early October. I was still typing. I wonder what was I on about? What were we yapping on? That is a long time. Ritual is held. The Igarashi clan, last descendants. Listen, I may be a socially anxious being, but when I do get cozy, the yappins do be yapped. Oh boy, do the yappins be yapped. Was the ideal choice? That's what I'm saying. Because it's also no prep. You don't have to spend any additional spoons to have that little snack. So. Thank you, Water. Appreciate that. It's lovely to see you. Helps when it's a special interest. That really does break some of the it breaks down some of the barriers. Thorough stretch. I promise, Tupper. I promise it's coming. Comfortable creepy. It's like they know. It's like they know what the people that enjoy the space want. Let's see if there are any more like little lore notes floating around here, but
Is this some sort of offering?
I don't see another one. Ignore you. That's fine. We are 1 minute off from those ads. So before I step outside here, I might take that as my note, especially with Tupper prodding me with the thorough stretch. That's usually a, hey, dipshit, stand up for a minute. Come say hi. So I'll pop us over to the BRB. Hello? Music? Return to me? I'll get that going. Really, really cool. Beware of foes. Yes, yeah. No, I do intend to play those. I just can't say definitively when, but they will happen. Don't worry. If you're looking forward to Siren, eventually. It's planned. It's planned. I'll be back as quick as possible. Probably be slightly after ads finish, but do yourselves a stretch as well. We'll see you shortly. This is one of the ones we got to see live. This was a good time. Did we do some self-care? We all stretched? I want to relive that. It was a good time. Be horrified to know it's already been 3.5 years. A little bit. Simultaneously not surprised at all, and very like, oh, that's gross. Oh, God. It was a good time, though. Cheeky little, weekend trip to Toronto. Still wish we could have afforded to go for a little bit longer, but oh, it was an expensive trip. Oh, that is kind of where it's at, isn't it, Droblin? It's like it's one of those things that the passage of time is an unavoidable inevitability. But like we keep living. Just take each day as it comes. Do as much to make light of the moments as we can. We get cute friends. Been here for a year. Almost a year and a month. Do you slight the dark magic to me? Yeah. Walkie floating in here for 8 years. Somewhat whirlwind trip to Quebec City for a couple days in early June. Oh. We'll discuss. June is like a difficult time of year for my work. It's like literally gearing up to our busiest season, but honestly, I kind of flip-flop on pronunciation. Where we live is very like extremely kind of backwater rural. And as much as I have tried to cut all of it out of my diction, sometimes teeny tiny little things slip through. And one of those teeny tiny little things that likes to slip through is the hard Quebec. As though I'm living on a country road somewhere. But no, they're a lot more like Quebec. Quebec. I also, to be fair, don't know how the Quebecois pronounce it themselves. Quebec is also pretty, yeah. It's one of those weird K sounds where the actual like preceding vowel is kind of ambiguous. Usually hear Quebec, yeah. Quebec is very common around here. Since my one semester of French. It was like, as a Canadian, it was a mandatory part of our elementary years schooling. So from even then, I don't know if it's universal across the whole country, but where we are, it was a requirement when I was in 4th to 6th grade to take we were in a French class for one of the many classes. But that became optional once we hit high school age, which is not high school, sorry, like middle school age, which was grades 7 through 9 here. I initially did go into French immersion for 7th grade, but that was several reasons I did not stick with it. That would have been the age where the old dissociative depression was like really hitting. It was already kind of there a little bit before that, but that was like probably one of the worst for the young years. And on top of it, my science teacher in French immersion was like just a raging bitch and expected us to be way more fluent than any of us were at that age. So I was after a couple months of just dealing with that, I was like, can I actually switch out of French immersion and like go back to the English classes, please? Because I'm not doing well. So I didn't stick with it. It didn't last very long. Voice messages and translations if they need them. For the most part, you would probably be great at that. There are just those funny little nuances where Canadian French and European French are different, right? There are notable differences. But it would be cute and fun to like send you a message and be like, "Hey, what the fuck is this?" I can only provide French. Fair. Yeah, Canadian French is it's an entire beast all its own. Starting to pick up stuff. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Like just by being exposed to it, you'll eventually start learning it, right? Cajun French is intriguing. I know nothing about it. I know very little about Canadian French, and I know less about French. And anything outside of those two regions, completely lost. Yeah. Anyway. I shouldn't have picked this album because, like, as it's proceeding through songs, I'm like, well, I don't want to pause on this one. We'll save it. Teenagers is a fun little romp, but we should get back to playing. We got a game to play. I know. Shocker, right? Fucking video game in my talking stream? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? I would like to get through this game before Friday rolls around. It's more likely than you think. Unfathomable, perhaps, but it could still happen to you. No. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Let me just real quick, man. Yeah, thanks for that. Appreciate it. Oh, that was a long one. I'm just gonna have to heal again, huh? Yeah, don't mind me real quick. Oh, you were stuck in the wall! You are strong. Please die. Okay, we're good. Do a horrible French accent in English if you need to confuse someone. Bless. Bless. I just want to check all the little nooks. Just in case there's, like, cute little things to pick up, you know? Like right here, we just got a free kudzu tea. Let's go. Hinako! Wee, wee. Wee, wee, wee. Alright. With a Naginata, exactly. I will hurry. Spear forward. Not an Naginata. Oh, you're still over there. Okay. That was fascinating. What just happened there? It's like I'm having a stroke. Oh, it's self-explanatory. It's not a Naginata. It's not a Pinagi? I don't know. Who's to say? Does Berdata is Nage? Hmm. Hmm. The answer may puzzle you. Shock and awe. To be had by all. Oh, wait. We can pull. We can draw an Omamori. Give it to me. Willow. Enhances the effects of items and Omamoris that restore sanity. Okay. Okay. So that one's a support of all the supports. Heard. Actually, hang on. We'll heal. Heal? We'll save as well. While we're here.
It's this way! Hurry! Hurry!
Sakuko! Are you there?
Hello?
Sakuko?
It does look like we're charging. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. It's certainly happening. This seems to be made from the same material as the stone key that Foxmask had given to me. Maybe it serves a similar purpose. And now we get to sprint. You ready to fucking leg it? Because we're about to run. The storb on my fireplace. Fair. Hey, stop that.
I have to get out of here.
Run, Hinako. Oh.
Hurry, Hinako! This is incredible!
Hee.
Hinako!
Pardon me, I'm just trying to pass through here.
Traitor!
Samu. Farewell. Good night, sweet dreams. We appreciate you. I can't formally read any of the actual messages, but I can see what's happening. Said Sabo. That's good. Alright, we got it. It says let it rip. Watching a Bakugan battle. What did they even say in Bakugan? I wasn't watching those types of shows by that point. But my youngest brother was really into them. So I only retain, like, a vague awareness. Something beat him on. We had a couple beat him on. He had a couple Bakugan. Beyblade did say let it rip. That was the Beyblade. I miss Beyblade. I've thought multiple times over the last handful of years about, like, getting one of the new Beyblades, so there they go. To a puff of smoke. Be they here or not, I wish them sweet dreams. Good night, Samu. Fart real loud. It's true. No one can stop you. Get some sleep. We'll see you next time. A fucking dragon marble thing. A healthy diet might stop you. Well, arguable. Alright, it's boss time. We're gonna fuck up a boss. Whoa. Okay, bandages are good. We don't need any of these. Bandages are good. Bandages are good. Hang on. Alright. This is important. Does the Dusk be kissing monsters? The streamer who was out of famous for Twitch is now the target rumoring the Twitter. This time, the bad rumor is not just for the gaming following, but come out standardized bad rumor. Their fans, even in the persons of the goblins, is shocked. Apparently, the streaming entity is must link with the smoochy monsters. Very good. Well delivered. I did that one for free. I still haven't set up that redeem. I almost did it yesterday, and then I was like, I should have some kind of audio cue to inform me that it's being redeemed if I'm not paying enough attention. And then because I thought about adding an audio redeem and had no concept of what I wanted the audio to be, I forgot to do anything else. So, well, let this be known though, I did have the page open and was like, I could make this. So I haven't forgotten. Thank you, Tupper.
Yeah!
Shut up. Silence.
Sakuko,
Oh. Oh, okay.
why?
I'm vaguely remembering your pattern now. Ooh.
What's
Ooh.
going on?
Let me just use this quick, and then we'll fight. Okay. Heard.
Sakuko, please! Please stop this!
Please don't leave me. I'll forgive you. Come back.
I'm listening very intently, because you can hear her chime in the direction she spawns
What
in.
are you doing? Toxis! You traitor!
Ooh, all bad, all bad. No, you don't. Nuh-uh, man.
Liar! The more you refuse to get in, the more you'll suffer.
I have no idea what you're talking about!
I know you want nothing more than to not be here.
Stops dying? No. She's okay. It was just a cough. Perfect. Doesn't have a heart anymore? Yeah. That big old gaping hole in her chest.
Fear not. This is nothing to fret over. Keep my command alive. Yield to me. Be gone.
Vanished.
How foolish of an evil spirit to
I don't have the- You should have the power. You should.
An impurity that haunts you no more. Rest assured, you are safe now.
Fan cell, truly.
To live in this world is to walk amidst
This
impurities,
fucking guy.
but we can ward them off. Come.
For Fox Batty. Except Hinako is a Southern Belle. Imagine.
Sacred ground lies before us. Before we enter, we must be cleansed. We shall do so here.
Quote 23. Does the dusk be kissing monsters?
The whole
The streamer
quote.
who was out of famous for Twitch is now the target rumoring the Twitter. This time the bad rumor is not just for the gaming following but come out standardized bad rumor. Their fans even in the persons of the goblins is shocked. Apparently, the streaming entity is must link with the smooching monsters. At Fedroblin, Silent Hill, the 20th of February, 2026.
Almost as far as you've
Quote
seen.
21. Dusk, you're a friend, I love you.
as well.
I believe you when you speak words, but by God when you say you're not sponsored by the licorice dudes, my sense of disbelief is hanging by a fucking thread. At Fedroblin,
We have
Fatal
to-
Frame 2, Crimson Butterfly.
We have to pull him back
30th
then,
of
don't we?
January, 2026.
I'll show them off after this cutscene.
Calm yourself. It is but water.
Quote 5. For all my crimes I don't think I've gotten quoted yet. At Fedroblin, Resident Evil 3, the 8th of August, 2025. Quote 22. When a garlic and a cheese like each other very much, they cuddle a lot, and that is how geese came into the world. At The Killing Joke 5, Fatal Frame 2, Crimson Butterfly, the 30th
Geese.
of January, 2026.
God. Giving you all too much power.
Quote 12. I can't believe I stabbed him right in the ass. At Verily Dusk, Silent Hill 4, The Room, the 16th of September, 2025. Quote 21. Dusk, you're a friend, I love you. I believe you when you speak words, but by God when you say you're not sponsored by the licorice dudes, my sense of disbelief is hanging by a fucking thread. At Fedroblin, Fatal Frame 2, Crimson Butterfly,
Verily
30th
Dusk.
of January, 2026.
You fell down the stairs.
Why'd that turn green? What was that? Did you see that?
Oh, must have cut my sleeve somewhere.
Why did all the lighting turn green?
You don't look bruised or anything. Does it hurt at all?
Is that just my settings? 'Cause I have like everything turned as low as it can possibly go. What is that? What are you? Miss the armless corpse pals. Just wanted to put a little ambience.
Let's go. There's no time to waste.
All right. Come on.
Well, you're going to protect me, right? I'm not tough like Hinako, you know?
Yeah, don't worry. Stay close to me.
Corpse pal redeem?
Let's head to my place. Back road, then mountain,
A
then highway.
treat redeem?
I'll take the front.
I'd have to keep
Partner,
myself
take the
stocked.
back.
I don't know if I want to go through that effort. I'll
stay behind
forget.
you. It's safest in the middle.
They succeed at something. Like a fucking Tamagotchi.
Leave the back to me.
Just stasis always amuses me too. Just casually dropping a little stasis in chat. Alright, we'll get the fucking the licorice pals. They've been basically demanded, honestly. Stasis. It's very good. Alright, here you go. There they are. A little licorice pal. It's just a licorice flavored gummy candy. That's all it is. There's nothing weird or strange or peculiar about them at all. They're totally, absolutely normal licorice gummy candies. Why would you think that there's anything strange about them? They're perfectly normal. Average, standard candy. Not unsettling. Perfectly regular. The spirits and print, that's fair. They do kind of look like the little the forest sprites. Except like they're too tall. It's too tall to be one of them. Those things had like huge heads for their teeny tiny little bodies. Bite the legs off one? Oh. No, the head's too small. The head's the issue. I don't know. Will it petrify? We'll have to find out. Make sure you bring your ocarina next time we're around. A chair! Perfectly sized for my little body. I'm just going to have a little nap. It's just endlessly quotable. Everything Worthy Kids does, it's just endlessly quotable. Take some sucker shots of my banana cage. The delivery of the follow-up too. Bilbo! Well, let's tango! I do love Worthy Kid said that Chris Fleming just kind of started ad-libbing. Like a lot of his lines, even though there was like a guideline script, most of what actually made it into the episodes was just ad-libbed improv. Ever does his ad-libbing? I wouldn't be surprised. He's very good at it. He doesn't even know what's gonna come out of his mouth. I'd believe it. I did rewatch that too, Droblin. It fucking killed me. Just it's a great line. It's all skeletons, isn't it? Oh, it's just good. It's just all good. Thank you. Oh wait, which one are you posting? Which one is that, KJ? Hello? It's just that clip. Perfect. Well, let's tango. I had to search because I didn't know it. It's one of the episodes of a series from the animator Worthy Kids called Big Top Burger. And it's all very good and all worth watching. So if anyone listening to this is unfamiliar, do yourself the favor and go watch all of Big Top Burger.
Where did that big one go?
All of it. I love that too. It's just like the whole fucking series is fucking quotes. It's just all good.
Hinako! Over here!
4
Okay, partner.
aces.
No monsters on your
You
team,
lost the
are
moment you
there?
stepped into these
No, I'm good.
woods.
Shoot, how much longer are you gonna keep up
Why
this
am I just getting weird little light effects?
partner
What's
routine?
happening there?
You talk to her like she's a schoolboy.
I call her partner because she's my partner.
What's
I'm
happening
not
with
a
the lights?
true girl.
Why is there a light show happening?
Now that you mention it, yeah, you haven't.
What?
Enough small talk. Let's go.
What is this? Preparing a rave? I'm actually curious. Like, is that the engine just being weird because all my settings are fucked? Or is there, like, actually a reason that's happening? I don't know what that could be. That's still there. Sword is still there. I'm gonna keep ignoring it. Sandstorm. That's a good one too. Our burgers make yours look like beef Wellington. Suplex the grandma. Like the apple Eve gave unto Adam. Hey. I feel like stuff is just rendering different now. And my low settings might be really fucking with it. Do that this weekend? Alright.
Partner, is it just me or are there more of those weird monsters?
Well, all sorts of weird aliens kept popping up when we played Space Wars, right? Hinako, has anyone ever told you that when you talk to Shu, you sound kind of manly? Just got into the habit of talking like this, I guess.
I mean, we've been hanging out with each other since we were little kids.
So that's why you two didn't get into a relationship, huh?
We don't need to talk about that right now. Let's go.
Yeah, the lights are suspicious. The lights are really suspicious. Not sure about all that. Still just a sickle. My brain's been bad. That's fair. But when you do it, you better fucking believe we're gonna be watching them. We're gonna be watching them so goddamn hard. $50 views. You're lowballing. You're lowballing the amount of support we're willing to put out for you. Really good idea for a really short one. Start anywhere. Just whatever is the current muse. Something I'm trying to tell myself is that I should genuinely start doing more doodles that are just like stupid little fan arts to try and get like the creative juices flowing again. 'Cause I have been stagnant on the creativity for far too long. It's very difficult to come up with anything. Shit. But with like a basic little fan art, I don't really have to think of the concept. I just need to make the thing happen. Right? Oh. Should go to bed at a reasonable time. Here I am. So sorry. I'm so sorry. I appreciate you all, but you should be asleep. It's so late for you. Hit you up for Lions? I would be beyond fucking honored to do like even basic silly little voice work for someone. It'd be so much fun.
Quote 3. Toilet Treasure was my nickname in college. At Tupper House, Resident Evil 7. Biohazard. The 22nd of July, 2025.
Of all the things to quote to, that one could feasibly be like a stupid little short to jump from.
Quote 5. For all my crimes I don't think I've gotten quoted yet. At Fedroblin, Resident Evil 3. The 8th of August, 2025. Quote 21. Dusk, you're a friend, I love you. I believe you when you speak words, but by God when you say you're not sponsored by the licorice juice, my sense
Of course there are so many repeats. There are only so many in there.
Fatal Frame 2. Crimson Butterfly. The 30th of January, 2026. Quote 1. Slipping and falling on two things is how you end up in the with a cucumber up your ass. At Tupper House, Resident Evil 7. Biohazard. The 22nd of July, 2025.
That one kills me just because of the That's how you end up in the
Quote 15. Okay, it's not just the ass. The quote search just doesn't work right now. At Midiros, Silent Hill, the 20th of December, 2025.
There's nothing new in any of these little nooks. We've already looked at that. That's fine.
Quote 20, I'll shill for 3 licorice men, at Burial Dusk, Fatal Frame 2, Crimson Butterfly, the 30th of January, 2026. Quote 18, in Just Gonna Stop.
I don't even remember the context for that one.
At Rocky 24, Tormented Souls 2, the 21st of January, 2026.
The unspecified lick. I know, they're just everywhere. It's all about the licorice.
What is that? Oh no, it's so disgusting.
These things, these sick monsters, are they spreading across the whole town?
We can't go that way then, there's too many.
Quote 2,
We'll go
following
around.
on from corporate polyamory, do you think you'd post openings in the polycule the same way as job openings on LinkedIn? At Storm Ruler, Resident Evil 7, Biohazard, the 22nd of July, 2025. Quote 19, I demand Skeletor's nipples. At The Killing Joke 5, Fatal Frame, the 23rd of January, 2026. Quote 7, on a scale from Zach holding hands with Chris to Leon being railed, how snappy is your work? At Federal Blue, Resident Evil 3, the 9th of August, 2025. Quote 14, I only have 4K because I moan all day, at Fedroblin, My Little Cafe Nightmare, the 19th of December, 2025. Quote 16, asterisk crying gritting teeth asterisk. Yes mixtress, at Fedroblin, Fatal Frame, the 17th of January, 2026.
Oh my god.
Quote 2, following on from corporate polyamory, do you think you'd post openings in the polycule the same way
What
as job
happened there?
openings on LinkedIn? At Storm Ruler, Resident Evil 7, Biohazard, the 22nd of July, 2025. Quote 4, I'll affirm your spaghetti noodle in my butt, at Lily's Tea Time, Resident Evil 7, Biohazard, the 22nd of July, 2025.
OT.
I'm going to be in trouble if I don't find a new weapon soon.
This is all just blocked. I didn't have to fight that guy. And I knew I didn't have to fight him, but... You know, for the funsies, get the practice in, right? Diaphragm fainted. Yeah, the the missing ones were either ones that got misentered and duplicated. No, that's pretty much it. Just like dupes. And yes, as Rose says. It can be fixed. I just need to do it. And I constantly forget. So... I know I've mentioned before. But I am like... Sorry, throat is fucked right now.
Can wait.
One sec. I'm just gonna do that. God, you eat one gummy candy and suddenly your throat is just like... awful. Awful. And for it, it's not that kind of throat issue. So speak for yourself. I'm gonna fight tooth and nail. I'm not giving in to no sickness. But yeah, they can all be fixed. I'm just like, when I'm not streaming, I'm rarely actually at my computer. So anything that like requires me to be on the computer doing stuff, it's also why there haven't been like a significant amount of updates to stream stuffs. It's just, I'm not here. I'm elsewhere when I'm not live most of the time. So I do need to like sit down and plan a day where I just fix stream stuff. But that requires me to put the work in to figure out how to navigate all that. So it'll happen. Just kind of up in the air as to when. Chalk it all up to me being lazy. I'll take it. Fix if I'm thinking it works out. What's up? Yeah, we got a new freak. Don't we? Or do we? Is that just you? That is just you. Oh, we have ads in under a minute too. Hoping for a G. They're still rare. They're sneaky, they hide. Your dust go over it. So sorry. Just can't be stopped.
Not good. This won't last much longer.
Those ads are literally about to hit any second now. So I won't progress any more game stuffs while they're rolling. Just gonna kill this thing and then hang out. Never noticed before it was in the audio file. Normal. Everything's fine. After this ad break, I'll disable them for the rest of the evening. It is after 10 o'clock, so I should reasonably start thinking about winding down so that I can rest for tomorrow. But we will be continuing this tomorrow, so fear not. There's more. Do you love the window behind the one that I'm interacting with? Like, I'm still fucking with the game menu. Currently, I'm in a browser. So, I'm not actually interacting with the game, but you're after 10 o'clock. Yeah, technically. Shouldn't eat cereal and start an animation. Well, can't stop you. Go to bed now. Super fair. Super fair. Have a good night, KJ. Thank you for being here. Sleep well. Sweet dreams. We'll catch you next time. Listen, Droblin, all I'm saying is if the iron's hot, who am I to deny you? Just remember to take care of yourself. Give up? Don't give up. It'll happen. Just needs to kind of be accepted that it's a little bit of a collaborative effort, you know? I'm saving. No collaborate, only me. It's not a competition. When one gets the G, all get the G. It is a competition. I hope we get some good sound bites from Requiem. Oh, there's one. Be careful, Walkie. She does know where you live. But it's all random. No one has any actual control over it beyond the number of times they push that button. So... He's too tall to catch these hands. You know, that's fair. Slap his ankles is wild. Oh, goodness. Stab Leon in another channel. Oh, yeah. Forgot to take weapons into Dead by Daylight. Yeah, they all kind of did that, didn't they? Tragic for Leon. It's pre-training, if you will. The Great Space Invasion 2. Inconceivable. Is there a secret invasion of body-snatching aliens? They may already be among your loved ones. I didn't get anything else, did I? Kinda. Not really. Not well. Yeah. It's fine. Not much, but perhaps an ending. I haven't qualified for it yet. The thought did cross my mind, but there's one more thing I need to interact with before I get it, and it's one of those things where when you get it, that's probably the end of the playthrough. Like, I imagine if I interact with the last thing I need to interact with, the game's over. Because that's kind of how it worked in the previous ones to an extent. But I don't know. It might be different.
Something just flew by.
Shoo! Let's get out of here, okay?
I don't like these guys. Should be fine, though. Should be fine. Hey, pal. Where are you? I thought you'd attack me here. I didn't really look at anything. Is it actually down here? Where are you?
Where are those two?
That's blocked. Okay. It's just one of those go back situations, isn't it? Yeah. Okay.
Hinako! This way!
Hi. I will say I don't actually know where the last interactable for that ending is. I got the 3 posters in the previous playthrough as well. And I wasn't avoiding anything in that playthrough. I was just kind of open to whatever happens. Oh, hey, pal. There you are. Oof. There we go. All is fine. All is dandy. Where did we come from? I think it was there.
Why would someone put this here?
Yeah, okay, this is just stuff. Oh, right, hang on, sorry, I was supposed to disable ads. I imagine cutoff for tonight will probably be when we actually get to the school, because we're pretty close to that. And then I'll start trying to figure out where we're gonna go for the evening. Hey. Okay. Go through the house. Sure. I don't really have a choice, do I? Hey. Chocolate. Kitchen knife. I can do. I don't even have to really replace my knife. It's still doing pretty good. Frankly, I kind of like the little combo of items I got going on. At least until... Step back, girls. This calls for a real show man. The hot-blooded baseball samurai steps up to the plate. Oh, the real one, huh? That's a lot of first aid. Why? Yeah, that's a lot of first aid. Hang on. Oh my god. I don't need all this stuff. Do I just drop? I guess I do, huh? Drop one, use one? Even though I don't need one used right now. I'm not even equipped. Over here. Perfect. And I could keep the kudzu over there as well. Go up. Then I can donate the Rumuna to Inari-sama. Wasn't there an upstairs? Am I losing it? Am I losing it? I don't think. Okay, no, it's just down. Okay. Hello? Nice try. Become dead. You also become dead, please. Thank you. Is that progress, or is that... Can't tell. Finish exploring house before go out window, just in case. I don't remember. It's been too long. Well, that answers that, doesn't it? That sure answers that pretty quick. Hmm. This was also a divergent path. I don't remember which way was the correct way. Considering there's a save point here, I feel like maybe this way is the correct way. Which means I want to go the other way. Other way, good. Other way, stuff. Stuff, good. Stuff make brain go burr. I don't know where the notes that I'm missing would be, though. haven't seen any additional notes yet. Hey. Oh, Shane, you're dead already? Wow, that's wild. Truly a tragedy. Can't believe that happened. Get out of here. Don't go with me. What a dude to kill. Bye-bye now. Just a pill, huh? No, and a comb. Okay. Comb I can accept. All that for a pill would have been a little bit of a nuisance. Not into it. Not vibing it. It's okay. Oh, yes, and that was the blocked path from before. We were over there. Yeah. What is over here?
Listen to me. Give up on Hinako. Too late at this point. You can't help.
I don't know what to do now. She's suffering. I can't just...
Mm-hmm. Hey, just vibing hanging out up there. I think that is the way to go, so of course it's just vibing hanging out up there. So then this little nook is all that's left. I did find a comb. You can have that. Do I want the Yukon? I really don't need it right now. It's okay. I'd love to try Yukon. Beetle. Greatly increases damage inflicted to stunned enemies. Oh. I wouldn't say I don't play. I have just played very few. Do you have a suggestion? Non-linear visual novel. That's interesting. Always feel free to send it my way. I don't know when I will check it out specifically, but at the very least I can add it to my wish list if it's on Steam.
You're lying, aren't you, Shu?
Beats me.
You really think you can fool Hinako?
Hinako! You're late. I was worried about you.
He wasn't worried at all. He knew his dear partner would be alright. Oh yeah? Thanks.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I know Samu has also suggested, I think, at least a couple. Kind of directly and indirectly. I think they told me about one very explicitly, and then like it just mentioned one kind of in passing, if I'm recalling correct. I know there are a few on my wish list, and a couple free ones that I've added to my library, but I still haven't like downloaded or anything. So really is bitter? Uh-huh. Oh yeah. Vying hard for Shu's attention. But it's pretty blatant that Shu is more concerned and or interested in Hinako. Been up through here before, and there aren't really any new additions, so. I mean, I'd also probably be pretty bitter if I was left in the water too long. I'll be real. I'll be real with you. Hee. I hate these things very much. Deserve to be reviled. They're kind of inconsequential after everything else is dead, so I might just save my fucking durability. Seems to be either uninterested or arrow. I would appreciate that level of representation. But it is more complicated than that. And it is kind of along those lines. To an extent, Droblin. Some of... well, mind you, my thoughts on all of that are still a little bit more theory than actual definitive on what we've gotten so far from the game. But it does seem like that's the case. There's tension between her and Shu for a couple of reasons. One of the reasons I can't really get too much on yet. Because it is a little spoilery to discuss. But part of it is that there is mutual interest and neither are really willing to acknowledge it directly. And there are also levels to why neither of them want to address it directly. How very Japanese of them. It's not the only reason, but it is kind of a shared reason. In that neither of them want to tarnish the current relationship they have. But there is also an air of Hinako wanting Shu to address his feelings. But also there's a reason that Shu doesn't. Just everywhere, huh? And it's kind of out of respect for something else that's occurring with Hinako. But that's the spoilery part that I can't talk about yet because it hasn't happened in this playthrough. It is like there are a lot of layers to why. But you'll recall that very first cutscene where they sat together on the bench.
Damage from the typhoon. It's still here.
And Hinako kind of calls Shu out. Like, what, you've nothing to say? And he just kind of fires back, like, do you? Or whatever he said. She's like, not if you don't. Cutscene was awkward. That was a direct addressing of neither of them wanting to address it. It was very blatantly Hinako being like, just drop it on me, bro. And him being like, I can't do it,
Slept longer.
but you could. And she's like, nah, man, I literally can't.
You traveled this path on your way to school, didn't you? I wanted to go to the same school as you. If it were possible.
What's a familiar voice, isn't it? What's that about? What could that possibly be about? That's from the Obon Festival. I didn't read that fast enough. Can I reread that real quick? Nope. Gone. Oh boy, I bet I did that last playthrough too. You okay, Tupper? Do appreciate the one person that was direct. Yeah.
Water!
Fair. Into knowing them for you to want to act on it knowing, that's fair too. You don't have water? Topper. Topper. All right. Actively begging me not to give her more water.
Cut it out. I don't want to talk about that right now.
I'm not gonna cut it out. I'm gonna keep bringing it up until you snap back to reality.
I said, knock it off. Seriously.
Look, I'll just come right out and say it. Hinako's dead, okay? She's gone. She's living a better life in another world.
Oh. Partner, what took you so long? Come on, let's get going.
I do want to get a little more context for that specifically, because that line I have like little theories about, but I don't really have enough to work with for that one. That one has been pretty sure the same line every playthrough. So they hit you with that real fucking early. And I'm still not really sure where to take it yet. So it's kind of it's a fascinating one.
Me and Shu used to hang out around here a long time ago.
Getting an anxiety attack or mental shutdown, that's fair. You know, that is fair. I'm sure for different reasons, but I did feel that same way for a very long time.
It's locked. There never was a lock here, though.
The key
Less
should be
unknowns.
somewhere in the
Yeah,
school.
that's fair too.
Can we take a break now?
It really feels like the lights are like cue points for the engine to be acknowledging something. I really don't think they're meant to be happening like that.
I can't. I need to take a break.
No, Tupper, at that point in time, it was different.
You must be exhausted too, huh? You can take a rest. I'll go see if I can find the key.
No problem.
What? I want you by my side, Shu. I need you here. Please, stay with me.
Also, we got to know each other pretty well before then.
You don't really need me to.
You should rest up.
We were literally spending every day at school together.
You really should. You
To
were
some
at the front
capacity.
leading us the whole time. Hinako just tagged along behind us, so she's just
Hey.
fine.
What do you mean she just tagged along?
Don't worry about it. You two stay here and rest. I'll be back.
I feel like the lights have to be signifying just like something that's being cued in the engine. I don't think they're meant to be happening at all. Visagaoka Middle School floor plan. Great. So I have the school floor plan. I don't
Been here since graduation.
fully remember where the save was. Yes, I do. It's right here.
So,
Record. All right. That's it for now.
put us
Older than
in
the school.
I remember hearing a wealthy man built the school here when he struck it rich from dam construction.
Rich guy builds school. You want to double check the ending condition one more time? I just want to be sure of something. So another warning to anyone who wants to avoid those spoilers, but yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Oh yes, this is okay. No, we're good. Never mind, I got it. Oh my goodness. Neon. It's okay. We're gonna chill and shoot the shit for a little. But I have concluded playing for the evening. But hello. Welcome all the same. We appreciate you stopping on by. What all else did you get up to? I saw Bergs. Saw some Bergs. You know, fair point. Fair point, Neon. How's it going, everyone? If you haven't met me before, you can call me Dusk. I use they, them pronouns. And I am primarily a horror streamer. So I like to preface, if you have a hard time with horror, I understand. If you choose not to hang out, stick around. But if you have an interest in horror, I try to keep it a cozy space for people who struggle to play horror games to still experience the horror stories. So started eugenics, which was fun but horrifying. That's fair. You seem different. Did you cut your hair? What could possibly be different about Neon? Still a little taken off the sides. Yes, we have entered our wind down period, as it is getting late here. But as I said, we're still gonna hang out a little bit, chit chat, and I promise, once it's time to send you on your way, I'll find somewhere cute to pass y'all to. But thank you for coming on over all the same. Obviously, I'm hinting that we won't be here super long, but if you do need to raid and run, that is also extremely valid. Self-care is of the utmost importance, first and foremost. At the very least, after hanging out, watching a stream. Yeah, super normal. Entirely back to standard. That's the Neon I know and recognize. Yeah. We'll find somewhere to send you once it's time. But for those who were curious as to what we were getting up to here, we're currently working through a playthrough of Silent Hill F. It will be my third playthrough that I see to completion. And F is kind of an interesting title in that each subsequent New Game Plus builds on what you know about the overall story of the game. There are 5 endings total. We will eventually get them all. This will be the third. So, we started it on Wednesday, worked a little more through it tonight, and we plan on taking a very large chunk out of it tomorrow, as Saturdays are usually a long stream day for me. Basically, the goal is if I don't finish it tomorrow, I have to finish it before I end stream next Wednesday, because Friday will be the release of Resident Evil Requiem. And that is a game that I have said I will be putting everything else off to play. So, pressure's on. Flame under the ass a little bit to get that done. Give me 2 seconds here. I'm just gonna. And we're playing Silent Hill. We're chatting Silent Hill. Let me just throw on Silent Hill music for some ambiance. Because once I'm aware that I'm just talking over silence, I become painfully aware that I'm just talking over silence. So let me put a song on real quick here. What am I even feeling? Silent Hill 4 is always good. This one's short and sweet and will carry us off into the next one. All right. Sonic Adventure 2. I don't think our realtor allows open flames in the units. Well, you know. Miku Miku Beam, yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Walkie, you have no idea. Tupper was repeating that like all night last night. Oh, you kept going. You kept going. You were still mumbling after you guys stopped playing. Yeah, we have to finish this playthrough of Silent Hill F by the end of my stream Wednesday. Because if we don't, it is unfortunately being delayed for a long time. Because we have a gnome in the walls. We have Requiem coming out Friday, which we've been waiting for a while. So those who weren't here for it, we did a huge Resident Evil deep dive last May that carried us all the way to the end of August. Because I played like 24 games in a row from the Resident Evil series. 23 or 24. I can never remember the exact number. Because the playthrough number had to change partway through, and now I'm all confused as to what the actual number ended up being. But it's fine. We played through them. We played through all of them. But of note, I started that of my own volition just because I wanted to. Because I am a huge Silent Hill fan. And Silent Hill literally would not exist if Resident Evil wasn't successful. It just wouldn't. But I had... Did Tupper play the soundbite of the gnome? I already know the gnome sound. I've heard it. But yeah, oh yeah, spammed it first. Partly that, and partly I've played Barony with you. I'm pretty sure we encountered them together at one point. Yeah. Chip, 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 chip. Yeah. So Silent Hill would not exist without Resident Evil, but prior to that deep dive, I had experienced shamefully few Resident Evil games. Even more shameful in that, like, the genre I enjoy playing the most, especially on this channel, are survival horrors, especially ones inspired by the classics. So to have had such slim experience with Resident Evil as a franchise, I was like, this is shameful. So I was like, let's change it by playing all of them. Let's change that by playing all of them. So I did. I started in May. But what was fun is that I got through May, having played a few of the entries, and then in June, something magical happened. Capcom announced Resident Evil Requiem. So I choose to believe that because I decided to deep dive the franchise, Capcom formally decided it was time to release Requiem. So you're welcome for that. But no, basically we got through all of the Resident Evils. So it would be ridiculous to not be tremendously excited for Requiem's release. And Requiem, finally, after all this time, is going to release Friday. You are loyal and kind and just. Yeah, I know. No, yeah, so we're very excited for Requiem. But something else happened very recently. So I don't know how many of you follow the game showcases held by major AAA publishers and all that. But there was a little thing called the Sony State of Play that happened a couple weeks ago now. A couple weeks, right? Something they did during that showcase was drop the date for Death Stranding 2 PC. And unfortunately, I'm also a huge Death Stranding fan. And the date that they pegged for that release is several months earlier than I was anticipating. So it kind of threw a little bit of a wrench into all of my plans, because I'm basically going to be falling right out of Requiem directly into Death Stranding 2. So if I don't finish this playthrough of Silent Hill F before Requiem, it'll be a little bit of a problem, because I don't think there's going to be time to finish it before Death Stranding 2. And that's going to be a long one. It's going to be a long game, because those are not small endeavors. And unlike the first one, which I did stream, I have not played the second one prior to streaming it. This will be a first-time playthrough. So I don't have the prior knowledge and experience of having played the game to get through it more efficiently. I'm hoping that because I have played the first one twice, I'll have like a little bit of an upper hand and things will still occur in a timely manner, but it's still going to be long. It's still going to be long. The first one took like 15 streams or something, and several of those broke 10 hours. I can't do that again. That was too long. So the second one is very likely to be more than 15 streams. Quite a few more than 15 streams, because a lot of those ran long. So we'll be in it for a while. Death Stranding 2 is going to be all we are for a hot minute. So on one hand, I apologize to those who like the little taste of variety that we have here, but on the other hand, I love this franchise to pieces, so sorry. I'm doing what I'm doing. And you can't stop me. I've been very, very, very eagerly waiting for Death Stranding 2. Kind of since they announced it. They'll cry if they want to. I probably will. Probably make me cry. Let's be real. Be real and honest. Death Stranding 2, probably cry. Few times. Be shocked if it's not a few times. But yeah, it'll be fun. I'm very excited for it. But after that, once we eventually conclude Death Stranding 2, we were in the middle of a Fatal Frame series playthrough, because Fatal Frame is actually also getting a release next month. Unfortunately, it's like immediately before Death Stranding 2, and Death Stranding 2 takes precedent, so it's being migrated a little bit. Welcome back, Neon. I hope you're super cozy. Fingers behind my chair? Which side? Are they my fingers? Because I was doing like this. Or you're looking at like, I got all these dudes. Kissing monsters? Like literally always. Stage left? Over here. Is it the shadow? The shadow of my fingers? If I do this, slightly off screen, they're like, woo, woo, woo. Oh, yeah. Listen, Axis. No monster is safe here. They will be loved. They will be adored. They will be thirsted after. It's just the way it's gonna go. So, We just get a little thirsty. It happens. It happens. My kind of stream. Let's fucking go. Listen, it wasn't the goal when I started streaming, but if I become renowned for collecting all the monster fuckers out there, I'm down for it. I'm in for it, all right? I'll take it. Stalking your tendrils in the pouring rain. Let's go. What was I even saying? Sorry, Tupper. I'm sorry. The horror persists and Dusk is thrilled. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Fatal Frame. We were in the middle of a Fatal Frame playthrough, in preparation for the release of the remake of Fatal Frame 2. That one's rough without an apostrophe. You know, that's never crossed my mind before, but it's sure it's sure in there now. Oh goodness. Yeah, Fatal Frame, sorry. All the derailment. We were preparing for the 2 remake, which I believe releases the 17th, was it? 16th or 17th of March? Which is just like comedically close to the release of Death Stranding 2. So we've delayed the Fatal Frame series playthrough. We got through the first 3. So 1, 2, and 3, the original trilogy, those are complete. But because we're so close to Requiem, and because the series is being broken up now in terms of how I have to play it, it was easier for my brain to delay the other 2 games that we need to play before the remake. Just so I have 2 titles to refresh with, and then play the new one. But with Requiem being too close to get through both of them, and Death Stranding following Requiem, I just said, let's postpone. So I fell back on a franchise that I am, once again, endlessly comfortable with, because I wanted something familiar and comfortable to fill in this gap time, rather than start something new, so that I had kind of a more predictable approximation of how much time I would have to spend on it. And just, it's familiar. I'm not starting anything brand new, so that's why we're running Silent Hill F. Because the other thing is, I really wanted to get through a 3rd playthrough of F, and planned to do so after Fatal Frame, but now Fatal Frame has been pushed way back, and it kind of made me a little sad to think about pushing Silent Hill that far back as well. So I said, let's instead do that 3rd playthrough immediately, get that out of the way, and then we can resume Fatal Frame after Death Stranding, uninterrupted. That felt fair to me. And I think, well, we'll look at timeline, because that might take us into June, and I do have plans for June, being Pride Month. I wanted to have a little catalog of kind of queer-centric horror games to play. March is the new October. Fuck me, right? Like, it might as well be. Well, Death Stranding 2, in fairness, isn't horror per se. It definitely has horror elements, but Death Stranding isn't actually really a horror game at all. Sections maybe, influence surely. but at its core, it's really not horror at all. I presume the second will be the same. So, all the fun. All the fun. I don't know. There's just there's so much stuff all the time coming out. It's endless. I don't know, what other games are folks like excited for? You know, looking forward to anything fun? I know there are tons of games out there. Like, it's never ending. It's never ending. My personal time, I'm currently working through a bunch of Final Fantasy games, but also those are going to get postponed because in April we've got another release that I've been really excited for. It's not a horror game either, so it's not one that's going to be featured on stream. But I'm so excited for Pragmata. That is another game I can tell you immediately is going to have me sobbing. Because I finished the demo when it released on PC. Um, so for anyone who's unfamiliar, Pragmata is like a sci-fi third-person shooter. But you're kind of playing as two characters, right? So you've got like this bulky astronaut dude who does all the combat. And then you have this little AI companion. AI? No, this little robot companion. Who looks like a little girl. That the protagonist nicknames Diana. Since being a robot, her actual name is just like a string of code, like a model number of some sort. And he's like, hold on, fuck off. We're not calling you that. Gives her a name. So immediately it's already got this kind of like adopted daughter vibe. And for anyone who is thusly unacquainted, I apparently have a soft spot for daughter dads. So, um, basically, you play as this little duo. I got through the demo. You fight a boss, and then the protagonist, in celebration of felling such a foe, teaches Diana what a high five is. And I was already like, oh, this is going to make me cry. This interaction is going to make me cry. This is the start of the game. So I'm going to get through Pragmata and probably bawl. We're looking forward to that one. I'll keep y'all posted. But again, that one's going to be played in personal time because it's not a horror game, and I keep it primarily horror here. So plus, I gotta have some games for myself, right? So free time currently, Final Fantasy, and soon to be Pragmata. Before resuming Final Fantasy, since there's like 100 million of them to play. But it is what it be. Mystria update. Do you know what that one's gonna bring? The new IPs from Capcom. They do. They do. It's nice to see them both pursuing new and reviving old. Because there are a few older IPs that they've committed to reviving recently as well. Like we're getting a follow up to Okami. We're getting a new Onimusha. We're getting a new Mega Man. Like they're cooking up revivals for franchises, some of which people assumed would never get another entry. We're seeing brand new IPs floating up that all seem really cool. Capcom's just kind of killing the game. They're like really honestly the only AAA that I'm like consistently eager to see what happens with. Konami's getting close, but it's a little more of like, I want to have hope because they own Silent Hill. So every little thing they do to seem like they're getting better is exciting, but I don't have the same faith in them that I have in Capcom. Capcom's had years to reestablish their reputation. Konami never had a good reputation, so the fact that it's starting to butt into one is already enough, I guess. But Kunitsugami did look really cool, yeah. I was intrigued by that one. It came up again recently. Kunitsugami. Because it was like a weird blend of genres too, wasn't it? I don't remember anything about it. It's like nose is itchy. Eh. Yeah, so it's an action strategy game played from a third-person perspective, but it features elements of real-time strategy and tower defense. Yes, see, that's just fascinating. So it feels like that description lends itself a little bit to imagining something like an evolution on the mechanics of like a Dynasty Warriors. I know that's probably not at all what it is, but that's sort of where my brain goes. The Pachinko Company. I mean, most people had that view because that's kind of all they were for a while. They basically stopped playing video games or making video games kind of shortly after the departure of Kojima, like the canceling of projects. They just like they didn't do a lot for a little while. Castlevania erotic violence. It's just fun. I don't know, there's lots of cool stuff. It's just fun to see them like experimenting too. Capcom, I mean. Because like Kunitsugami was very different conceptually. Like those are weird genres to blend, and they leaned into it. Pragmata is a little bit safer, but they shake it up quite a bit by having like essentially a micro puzzle game element thrown into the combat directly, because Diana's role is she gets like a micro hack mini game. And if you complete the hack, you open up a weak point on the enemy that you hacked, giving your protagonist kind of an upper hand in the combat. Like it's just a really cool on the fly dynamic combat system. Love Exoprimal. I was excited when they announced it. I was slightly less excited by like the fact that it was entirely PvE VP type of a thing. But I'm still like intrigued. Every time it goes on sale, it's on sale right now for 84% off. Every time it goes on sale, I'm like, should I pick that up? Because I liked the idea a lot. It looked really cool. But I know there are lots of folks who look at Exoprimal and they're like, "All right, cool, Capcom, you modeled out the dinosaurs, remake remake Dino Crisis now." I've seen that one float around quite a bit. When one of our good friends preaches that constantly, I'm like, it's fair. They do have the dinosaurs. They do have the RE engine built for Resident Evil style survival horror. Just make a cheeky little Dino Crisis. You could do it. I wouldn't be surprised if they are testing the water with Dino Crisis, considering they just released 1 and 2. Like they put the PC ports for 1 and 2 on Steam recently, very recently. And they are currently 50% off if anyone's curious about them. But they hit Steam on the 12th. They've been on GOG for a while, and it's probably the GOG port that they pulled. If I had to make an assumption. Because they were just PlayStation games, so if you're uncomfortable with GOG, they are on Steam. If you are comfortable with GOG, you can get them DRM free on GOG already, and have been able to for a while. But Dino Crisis PC exists, and Capcom is still doing stuff with it, so who knows? They might be testing the water. We might see new Dino Crisis. It's hard to say for sure. It's also one that I've never personally played, so it is another that is like on the list of stuff that I want to explore, but it's a long list. There's a lot of those. But we'll get there. Remarkably akin to the main Dino Crisis character, also. Well, I ain't saying, I'm just saying. You're just like, do a cheeky little slight remodeling of some of the aesthetic. Transfer some stuff over. I'm sure it'd be fine. I'm sure it'd go well. Anyway. Goodness, video games. There's so much good shit out there. It's ridiculous. Did a poll for interest in the franchises. They do that regularly, yeah. Which is another thing that I kind of admire Capcom for doing. It's just like actual outreach to be like, yo, what would what would you guys actually like to see? And that is part of why they've committed to reviving a couple of the dormant franchises that they've already committed to. So I think it wasn't long after one of those surveys that they very formally name dropped that they wanted to focus on stuff like Onimusha and Mega Man again and pull them back into some of their primary franchises. I want to say Devil May Cry was mentioned, but I might just be pulling that out of my ass because it's already kind of a popular one. Capcom might not have actually acknowledged that one directly, but it's it's just neat. It's just neat. I don't know. Yeah, and if AAA actually wants to live at all, they should because it was already in there. No, I haven't done Devil May Cry. I've actually never played a Devil May Cry. You believe that? I think I own a few of them on Steam too. I feel like I bought a Capcom bundle at one point, and yeah, I have Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition and DMC Devil May Cry. Which I know is people do not like that game. But you know how I am. I'm very good at going into a game open-minded, uninfluenced, even if I've played the rest of the series. But like everything Capcom is on steep sale right now. You can get a collection, HD collection for DMC 1, 2, and 3 for 1650 Canadian right now. And you can get 5 for 1250 Canadian. So like for like $30, I could get the rest of the Devil May Cry franchise on Steam. But if I were going to commit to the franchise, I'd probably do it on console because, as I've reiterated time and time again, I just prefer console, and I don't think I want to stream Devil May Cry. So I don't know. No more, no more. I'm gonna have to take some tools away. Y'all were on one with those
Quote
earlier.
5. For all my crimes I don't think I've gotten quoted yet, at Fedroblin, Resident Evil 3, the 8th of August, 2025.
Oh, goodness me. You can tell me to leave anytime. Nah, nah, nah. Nah, 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 nah. I should start queuing up a raid, though. It is just about 11:30. And we got a big stream day tomorrow, as always, being Saturday. So, one sec. Let me. Where am I looking? What am I doing? That made sense. Yeah. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I forgot about the pin message. Yeah, I'm seeing that, and I am very tempted. I'm just exploring what else I have on the go before I commit. I think.
Quote 24. Dusk started it and then I addendumed his ass, at Tupper How, Silent Hill, the 20th of February, 2026.
Yeah, we'll go say hi to Gally. Gally has been. Well, Gally has the shortest uptime of anyone I'm looking at, so. And it's always a cozy place. You can't really go wrong with ducks either. Like, honestly. Shoot at the bathroom? That's okay. We can surprise her. Plus, I'm me. It's gonna take me so fucking long to actually get out of here. Let's be real. Oh, my neck. Still got this like tight little muscle through back here. Pretty sure there's just a knot like under my shoulder blade that I can't actively get to. Also needs to say goodnight. Yeah, Tupper wants to sleep. And the bed is right over there. So give Gally your love. Can do. Can do. Alright, let me hit this fucking button here. Where are we? So to reiterate, tomorrow we'll get a very large chunk of this game done, if not the rest of it. There is a very strong chance we will not finish tomorrow. But it's not impossible. It's not impossible at all. We could feasibly get through it. I think the school... We just entered the school, and I don't remember how much of the game is left after that. I know it's a long game, but it's okay. Whatever. It's fine. Need that to be the raid? That's a long raid message. I wouldn't do that. Don't flood the chat with that. It's too long. You can snip a part of it out if you want, but I feel like hitting text wall paragraph is a little much. Everyone's doing that. Salsa recipe. I'm getting out of here. Timer's going down. Whoever returns to enjoy more tomorrow, I will see you then. I appreciate you all for being here. Bye-bye for now.
Good morning, Sam.
You can't hear me because you just got whisked away by a raid, but good morning, Walkie. Bye-bye, y'all.